am streaming on YouTube as well as TikTok. YouTube, Prosperous Living with Toyia. TikTok, Prosperous Living with _T. Tonight we're going to talk manifestation. The 4 steps to manifesting are on the screen. Mark 11:24 is the script that I use. And it says, therefore I say to you, whatever you desire, when you pray, believe you have received it, and you shall have it. Your desire is your decision. Prayer is acknowledgement. Believe means to accept the thing as true. Once you do those 3, then you will see. Then you will receive. You will naturally express who you are. The how, the doing, you are not to concern yourself with. The way of the manifestation is not your concern. Your concern is to accept its reality now. Get the consciousness of it. Be the one that has it, not the one who tries to figure out how to get it. That's where many of us get twisted up. We try to figure out the how instead of learning how to be. It's about being. To them that have, it shall be given. So you can talk to yourself. You can ask yourself questions. Now that I am this person, like, what would I be doing? What I'll be thinking? What will be my mindset? A person that thinks like this. Me as this person, what's that reality? All right. Some people write it out. Some people visualize it. Some people envision themselves. Right. Meditation is not about meditation is about becoming one with. And however you do that, it's different for everyone. However you do that, there's no right or wrong way to do it. So whatever resonates with you. Make it simple, though. Don't make it a chore. Don't make it work. Make it simple. Okay? Hello, welcome, Araya. Hello, Mr. Ronnie. Hello, Sunflower. Hello, amazing April. Welcome, you all. Welcome, YouTube. Welcome. Remember to like the live, share the lives. Double tap the screen on TikTok. 10K the easy way. You get to come up into the box. And we'll talk about your manifestation journey, right? Life is a manifestation. You don't have to figure out how to manifest. You need to figure out what you want to manifest, right? It's not about how to manifest. It's not about if you're manifesting. It's because you are manifesting. Do you like what you're manifesting? Do you like what you are experiencing? Knowing that you are the cause, you are the God of your creation, you created it. You said to yourself, let us, which is your conscious mind and your subconscious mind, make the manifestation in my image, in the beginning, which is the beginning of your desire, the beginning of your decision. What do you want to bring forth into your reality, right? What do you want to see in your world? Remember, we're image makers. We imagine a thing and then it becomes a thing. We imagine what our life is and then poof, it materializes. Oh, the promise. Okay. Mrs. I Am. I think everybody will experience the promise, just not in the same way. All right. I know a lot of people try to make Neville Goddard's experience his Bible. That was his experience. He wanted to see David as a white, blue-haired baby. Not I. That's not my reality. I don't fall into that bucket. When Neville talks about the promise and talking about seeing David as a blue-eyed baby, like blue-eyed, blonde-haired baby. That doesn't resonate with me. But that was his reality. That was how he experienced the promise. That's what he saw. I don't know how the Bible's a psychological drama and then he tries to make it physical. I don't know, to each his own though. I appreciate the law of assumption that he teaches us, but I only go so far with Neville. I only go so far with him. That bridge is a step too far for me. There's a bridge two step too far. Hello, A-Town, peace and abundance. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Double tap the screen. 10K the easy way. What I come to realize, all things are possible. Infinite ways to experience this thing we call life. We're all going to have our dreams. We're all going to have our visions. And it's going to vary depending on our subconscious impressions, what we accept as true, what it is for us to experience as the individualized expression of the one. And no, we all don't have to fit into the same box. It's not necessary. Because we're individualized, because we're unique, why we want to be good, there's no reason to be like anyone else. You're not like anyone else. You're unique in your own expression. All right. And so manifestation, we talk about what would you like to experience in this human experience, right? What will we want to see in our personal reality for ourselves, for our friends, for our family, right? Many of us want to manifest things to make life easier for those in our personal circle, right? We want our family to realize it was never supposed to be this difficult. It was never supposed to be this hard. We no longer have to struggle and fight. We don't have to fight anything. We don't have to fight to be seen. We don't have to fight to be heard. We don't have to fight for people to agree. Unnecessary. But if you feel like that's your journey, tip my hat off to you. Tip my hat off to you. I'll let you do you. That's just not my journey. I'm not here to fight. No more fighting. I'm about what the Wiz says. It's time to ease on down the road. Don't you carry nothing that might be a load. Come on in, ease on down the road. That's what I'm about, easing on down the road. I don't got time for all that fighting and, Mm-mm. Mm. Say that one more time. What does that mean? I don't understand your statement here on YouTube. Hello. Welcome. Hello, Kevin. Hello, Pastor Jesse. Welcome. Hello. So today is Manifesting Wednesday. Double tap the screen. 10K the easy way. Manifest our reality. Hello. Welcome. So I'm streaming on YouTube and on TikTok. Welcome, James. How are you? Over there on YouTube. Yep, I wasted 10K. Yes, I had to go back to 10K. We weren't tapping the screen when I was just letting folks come up. we gotta go back to 10K. Gotta go back to the threshold of 10K the easy way. Hello, Mia. Oh. We're back to the 10K. 10K the easy way. And so it's Manifesting Wednesdays. I'm doing great. How are you doing, James? The 4 steps. And it's really one step, right? It's really one step. All it takes is a decision. That's all it takes. It just takes you deciding what it is that you want. The acknowledgement of your decision. Acknowledgement and deciding is kind of the same thing, right? Accepting and acknowledging and deciding, they're kind of the same word, right? They're synonymous, right? We like to make things, we like steps, right? We like steps as being part of this human experience, right? Because when you tell people just to decide, they're like, that's it? All I have to do is just decide. Then why isn't it happening? Because you keep changing your decision. Because you decide and then you change your mind. And then you decide and then you change. How do you change your mind? You speak against it. You start complaining. You start looking for signs. You start, doubting. You start doing all that extra stuff. You don't stay in the state of already having it. You trying to figure out how to get it. That's why. So we got to have steps to keep ourselves aligned, right? But do you have to keep yourself aligned? No. Remember, the world reality aligns to you, not you to the world. And that's the problem. People be trying to align themselves to the circumstances. No, circumstances align to you. Remember, you're the source, you're the cause, you're God. The world reflects you. So all you got to do is project what you would like to see, and then you'll see it. Impress upon yourself impressions, right? Impress upon yourself, as Neville says. I think he says that in your faith is in your faith is your fortune. I impressions. I think that's it, but I could be wrong. But I think that's what he says it in that book. Right? Impress upon yourself. Press it out. Play the role of the person you want. That's all we're doing. We're playing roles. And each stage of life is a different movie that we're playing, right? Each stage of life, because every time we have a new identity or a new desire, we're taking on a new role, right? We're taking on a new role, and we're bringing forth a new character. And so now what? When actors and actresses go out for new roles, or they're playing a new character in a different movie, right? What they do, they rehearse it. And why do they rehearse it? So it can feel natural. So they can take on the characteristics of that identity. So that those who are watching the movie, it feels real to them. Right? Because you've seen very bad actors, right? You was like, well, that movie was trash. I didn't believe nothing they were saying. Like, what? Who put this movie on film? What's going on? The low budget movie. And even some low budget movies be good though, right? Sometimes it just, you can get some low budget movies and still get some great acting, right? That people really, really decided to go all in on the character that they were playing. Because that's what it's really about. It's really about not how much the movie costs. It's really about the effort that people put in being the person that's trying to convince you of this role that they're playing, right? And so when you're desiring to be wealthy, be married, be in a relationship, travel, whatever it is, whatever role you're deciding to express now, you have to be it. And it does say practice. It does say practice. Because you've been living, broke as a joke all of your life. Now you're like, oh, I can actually have wealth. Money could actually flow into me easily and effortlessly. Well, how do I convince myself of this reality? Well, you got to talk to yourself. The script tells you, commune with thy own self upon thy bed and be still. That is meditation. Talking to yourself. Telling yourself that, yes, this is real. This is a possibility, which means it's able to be done. That's what possible means, right? Something is able to be done. It's able for you to actualize it. It's able for you to experience it. And since it's able, then you can do it. And since you can do it, you are doing it, right? Just keep, climb that ladder. Climb Jacob's ladder, right? You started here, you got to go up that circular ladder, right? That spiral staircase, right? And see yourself as already being it. Not when I become it or if I become it, since I am it. Not if and when, since I am. because you already are. You're not waiting to become it. The moment it entered into your mind was the moment it was a thing, it was yours. Hello, hello, hello. Yep, panel was open. So you can have whatever you want. You just got to give it to yourself. You can have what you desire. You just have to give it to yourself because you are the source, you are the cause. And you have to have the faith that moves mountains. We be trying to look for faith to climb it, right? We be wanting faith to struggle through it. We want faith to strive. We want more strength. We want faith for more strength. You don't have to struggle. Just turn that boat around and go downstream. Let it flow. Stop trying to move against the current, which means stop trying to force it. Get relaxed. Because here's the thing, when you are the person that has it, it does come with an ease. It does come with it without you trying. It's because you are it. It should feel natural to you, right? We were at the Power of Awareness, and Neville Goddard was talking about failure. And, people ask, well, why hasn't it happened? Or why isn't it happening? Or, well, where's my manifestation? It's because it doesn't feel natural to you. And you let people tell you that you're supposed to have it in a certain time. You try to make people think you got to hurry up and get there. That if you didn't hurry up and get it, something wrong with you. You didn't hurry up and manifest. If they got theirs in 2 days, what's wrong with you? Why you didn't manifest that fast? Because I can manifest in 24 hours. I can manifest, No, they lie. I mean, not to say that, yes, some manifestations do come in 24 hours. Some manifestations do come in an instant. Not every manifestation has. No one can say that every manifestation they got, it instantly manifested. They're just being dishonest, because no one can say that. Some things do, and then some things don't. Because consciousness is not keeping time. Consciousness brings it exactly when it's supposed to happen. And it always happens right on time. But consciousness isn't say, it's been 6 months, I guess I'll give it to him now. No. Consciousness is like, oh, it's been 2 minutes, I guess I'll give it to them now. Oh, it's been 72 hours, I guess I'll give it to them now. No, it comes in a way you least expect, and the time you least expect. Because there is no time in consciousness. There is no time. Everything happens in the now. And state, you don't care when it comes. You don't care when it shows up. That's how you know you've truly adapted the state, because you lose all sense of time. Because you lose all sense of time. You're not checking let me see. You don't need to do that, because you know. So you're not saying, let me see. Because you know. That's why some people would tell you they didn't really believe, because they kind of let go of trying to make it so, or looking for it, or questioning it. And the moment they took their mind off of it, the moment they weren't hyper focused on it, it appeared. And so they want to tell you, I didn't really believe it. It came, and I was kind of doubting it, because they kind of let it go. They kind of stopped trying to look for it. But that isn't proof of unbelief. That's not how that works. That's not proof that you didn't. That's proof that you did believe it, not proof that you didn't believe it. Like, what? But people think belief is about a feeling. That's why people tell you that, oh, I don't really believe, because they think it's associated with a feeling. But feelings don't got anything to do with it. That's why they can't explain it to you, because they didn't have enough feeling attached to it. So in their mind, I didn't really believe it. Impossible. Because the moment you started talking about it, you accepted it. Because you can't talk about something that you don't think exists. We don't talk about things that don't exist. We talk about things that do exist. Whether we can see it physically or not see it. But we talk about it because in our reality, it's a real thing, which is why you're talking about it. Regardless of if it's manifested or not physically. You said anxiety about the. I don't think it pushes it far. So I'm going to challenge. I'm going to give a different perspective with that. I'm not going to say it pushes it for you. It just causes you not to see it. It's remember, when you asked, I answered. While you were yes speaking, I did appear. So it's with you. You just can't see it. It's just like you're looking for your car keys, and some people be looking for their car keys and their car keys right in their hand. Many people did it. I was looking for my phone. My phone was right in my hand. And I'm like, where's my phone at? And then you'd be like, damn, I got my phone right here. Or you looking for your keys and the keys are on the dresser. But because you're telling yourself it's not there, you can't see it. But the desire is with you because you are the desire. Your anxiety causes you not to see the desire. It's there. It's always there because we're not creating anything, right? We're just causing what's there to be seen. We're just causing what's already exists to be seen by us. None so blind that cannot see. None so blind. You so blind you can't see what's already there. The reason why you're desiring it, why, is because you already have it. Faith causes you what? Not to see it. I mean, disbelief, unbelief, anxiety, doubt, fear causes you not to see what's already there. Remember that. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Toyia.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. Happy Manifesting Wednesday already.
Yes. Happy
Manifesting every
manifesting
day,
Wednesday.
but
Yes.
it only gives you a certain amount of characters type on the chat, so I couldn't elaborate, freely of what I meant.
Mm-hmm.
This is why I decided I asked, or I wanted to come up,
Mm-hmm.
because anxiety is worry. From my understanding, anxiety is worrying about something that has not happened yet, about something that you believe is yet to happen.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I believe worrying is a form of manifestation, of manifesting or holding up the undesired. Or, as Job said, the thing that I feared the most, I kind of saw that he had anxiety about something in the future. And that,
Well, he had faith in the thing he didn't want to happen, right?
right, well, actually, he did.
That's all anxiety is. You having faith in something you don't want to happen.
Right, and that's what happens.
Yep.
It manifests.
Yep.
So in the story, we can take Job's name out and insert our name and learn through that experience.
Yep.
So I mean, my mom deals with anxiety. I mean, really, 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 really bad. And I don't understand it. And I asked her to explain it to me.
Hmm.
And she wasn't even able to articulate it.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, and I still don't get it. I mean, how can,
Yeah, I
you
have
know,
a few people in my family like that too, and I'm like, oh my goodness, y'all driving y'all so crazy about something that ain't even
right,
happened. Like, what's going on?
right, for something that hadn't happened.
Like,
I can't
they
wrap my head around it.
hyperventilate. I mean, it's a real thing for people. Like, their
Right,
mind is so imaginative. And the thing is, they don't imagine things good, right? It's the things
right.
they don't want to happen
The
that they can't.
undesired.
They have this big old infatuation with, like this obsession with what can go wrong.
And it does.
Sometimes it
And when,
doesn't though. Sometimes it don't even
yeah,
happen.
sometimes.
Sometimes it don't even happen.
And when
They
it,
all
but when
freaking
it does
themselves out
happen, they
about
say, I
something.
knew it.
Yeah, yep.
They say, oh, see there, I was right.
A lot of times that stuff don't even be happening though.
I know.
A lot of times people freaking themselves out, getting themselves up in a stir for something that don't never takes place.
And when it, and you're right, when it doesn't take place, they attach it to something else.
Yep. Yeah. They just go to the next thing.
Right.
Yeah, because
Well,
I know it's a couple family members that like they've been in therapy, they've been on medication, and
medication,
that's a
heavily
big thing.
medicated.
Anxiety, depression, it's a lot of medications for that, right?
Right.
People so caught up in the past or so caught up in the future, they don't have rest and peace of mind.
Right.
Yeah,
Isn't that? I mean, if you believe in hell, isn't that a form of hell? I mean,
they're in a dis-ease, right?
right,
They're in a dis-ease in the mind. They won't allow their mind to settle and to be still. That's why the Bible is the manuscript, is our blueprint, right? It's telling you how to be at peace. It's telling you have to be still sometime. Sometimes you have to be in a state where it's quiet, right? Some people don't like quietness. We learned that
well,
from COVID-19. Right?
well,
Some people didn't
and,
like being by themselves, go ahead.
well, it's the same as people like to have the TV on when they sleep. Solitude.
I used to be one of those people back in the day.
Well, back in the day, I did too. Yeah, I'll be honest about it. I did too. And I would go to sleep, and sometime in my lucid state, the TV will be interfering with
Mm,
my sleeping state.
mm.
And, because there was nothing but, waves or frequencies or whatever. And they interfere with my lucid state. So, I mean, I know I can understand people not liking themselves enough to want to not wanting to be alone or be by themselves or quieting their mind because they feel like they need something to distract them from themselves
Mhm.
because they don't like what they see in the mirror.
But the thing is, we've been told not to like ourselves, right? That's all we've been told, how you're not good enough.
Right,
This is the standard. And some people can't touch the standard with a 10-foot pole. And they're like, if I don't look nothing like that, or my body don't look anything like that, my skin doesn't look anything like that, I don't have the education, I don't have the skill set, I don't know the right people. Like, got all these excuses why I'm just not good enough because you're just told, bombarded with all of this. Like, and don't get started with religion, right?
right.
That's telling you you were
Well,
created in sin.
look at the what religion is where the woman is completely covered except for her eyes.
Mm.
I forget the name of that religion,
Yeah, I
but
don't know that. I'm not familiar with that.
it exists, right? Where
N-
they're completely covered and the only thing that you
oh,
see.
is that Islam?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, that's
Well, a
Islam. In the
certain
Middle
part of
East,
Islam.
yeah, what do they call it? The hijab? Is it the hijab? The hijab?
Hijab. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
yeah,
that's
okay, so
it.
that's what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah,
Islam, yep, Supernova said Islam. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
And because they don't want the men, what? How do you think the woman feels to have to be dressed like that, regardless of the temperature outside?
It
Or how do
still
you?
didn't stop anything, right?
Right.
Grape was still happening,
It's
and
still
they still
right,
blamed the woman.
and they still
It was
blame the
still her
woman.
fault. She covered up in a doggone paper sack, and it's still because it has nothing to do with it. That's all about power and control and manipulation. But they want to make it to be about what you have on.
Well, imagine what her self-esteem is like.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And as far as an example of keeping someone from understanding and leaning into their power of who they were created, wow, doesn't that shine light on the subject?
It most certainly does. Kevin, we have a guest on the panel. I don't know what you
Well,
can see on your phone or not.
I can see.
Oh, okay, okay. Hello, Angel. Welcome.
Hey, how you doing, host?
I'm doing
Appreciate you
great.
having me up.
Oh, you're welcome. How are you doing today?
I can't complain.
Good, good. What's going on?
I was just strolling through the TikTok and stuff like that. Now, this is my first time actually listening to you and stuff like that. So I was just intrigued, and then I went to your page and I think it was like the second tap, and I only heard about 10 seconds. I do want to tell you something about me. I'd rather ask somebody their personal views than to assume, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Um, so that's why I was in the comments and I asked, and I just requested up, and I appreciate you having me for we.
Oh, you muted there.
I'm sorry, I had a phone call.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for we can have a discussion and stuff like that. I just wanted to clarify. Are you saying the church as a whole, or just majority of the churches now, as far as our modern day living today?
Well, it's the teaching, the theology, the doctrine of Christianity.
Okay, well, I don't believe in Christianity. One, because it identifies as a group of people, but God Himself never identified us as Christianity. He told us to be one thing, and He identifies His children as one thing, and that's holy.
Okay.
So I'm more so of the holiness, which is the Bible says is to work our own salvation with fear and trembling.
Mm-hmm.
And when the fear of God is not actually preached inside of a church, then that church is no longer stand by the approval of the Spirit of God. So I'm in agreement with you. If you're in that mindset, I do agree with you in that aspect.
Well, I go further than that because I say the Bible is psychological, that none of those people existed in time or space.
Hmm. Can you elaborate?
That so I know that if you're a Christian, regardless if you say you attend church or not, you being Christian or following the teachings of Christ, the premise is he was born of this miraculous birth and he died for humanity for their depravity. I disagree with that. I say every character in the scripture is an archetype or a personification of the states of mind that the soul goes through on this third dimensional plane. And that the Bible is just a book of stories, but it's hidden knowledge. It needs to be decoded, not interpreted from a historical perspective, but from a psychological one.
All right, I can see the standpoint in that, but um, if God is God and He knows who He is and what He is, and He showed Himself to the obviously the creation that He created, would not He have the ability or the capacity to spiritually show Himself to people to write down the
Well,
scriptures?
I don't see God as a he. God is a spirit. It's energy. It's the all. It's all there is. It's existence itself, and it took on form, which means every being born of woman is God. We're all God individualized, meaning we're undivided. We're all connected as a oneness, but we're all having our own unique experience. So it isn't the world, it is your world. Because the world you live in and the world I live in are not the same. Why? Because neither one of us sees the world from the same perspective. I don't care who it is though, not just you and I. Everyone on this panel, everyone in the world, no two people, even if they're in the same room, having at the same party, you're going to see some things that the other person, that the other 100 guests won't see, because you're going to see it from your own perspective, your own belief system, your upbringing, your education, the words that you know, your vocabulary. Is there certain things you're going to know that I don't know just from your own personal experience?
All right. So with that being said, would you consider the best teacher is experience, or the best teacher is the wisdom of somebody else's falling?
Experience.
All right, and that's why I guess we would disagree at. I think that the scripture is plain, and the fall of man, from the beginning of the fall of man and stuff like that, which all scripture was given by the inspiration of God to, for example, Paul wrote, it's not right for a man to touch a woman. And me being a man, I know good and well no man would write that down in the scripture. I know that had to come from God, of the perspective why not to touch a woman, because I believe that women are the greatest gift that God gave to man, because he said it's not right for a man to be alone. But I mean, I think that's what we probably will have the
So what did Paul mean by that?
Well, you talking about as far as sanctification of marriage, when he said that it's not right for a man to touch a woman, because if you don't have the intentions of actually being with that woman, then you shouldn't have. I guess in some cases, I guess you will be a nun or a eunuch, in some cases, or a priest rather.
Okay. So when you take the Bible literally, is Jesus talking about a church, or is he talking about the kingdom of God?
The church. Well, the church is us.
No.
As
I said Christ. I said Jesus Christ.
Right.
Was he talking about a church, or was he talking about the kingdom of God?
Both.
When did Christ talk about a church? Other than when he was coming up against the Pharisees and the Sadducees, he was condemning the synagogue teachings, right? And he never taught in one, except for one time when he took the script and said that he was anointed to preach the gospel, right? That's the only time that he actually ever preached in the gospel. It was only one time. I mean, preached the gospel in a church. So, but he wasn't building a church. Christ was building a church, or he was talking about the kingdom of God.
Well, when he told Peter, he said, upon this rock he built his church. And he was the first member of that church when he established that in the day of Pentecost.
Okay, so he talked. Okay, so again, that could be transcribers saying church, because that would be the only time he would have said that. Any other time he's talking about the kingdom. Any other time he's talking about, when he does his parables, he's telling you what the kingdom of God is like, right? The kingdom of God is like someone who found a pearl of great price, right? He tells you to seek the kingdom, not seek the church, seek the kingdom. He tells you that the kingdom of God is within you, right? Although you say Peter was the first member, but you
No, I didn't say Peter was the first member. I said Jesus. He was the first member established in the church. He told Peter, he said, Peter, upon this rock, that he will build his church. Jesus established himself as the first member of that church. That's why he's the corner headstone of that church. As far as the foundation of the order of God, of every man.
I'll concede to you that he said that upon this rock you will build my church, and the gates of hell will not prevail against it. Okay, I'll give you that he said that. I don't know how we're inferring he's the member just because he said he's establishing it. No, but see, again, I don't take the Bible literally. I take the Bible psychologically.
Right.
And so I don't see Jesus promoting the church. I see him promoting the kingdom of God, the kingdom of heaven. And I see Paul establishing a church. Paul is the one that gives you the hierarchy. He's the one that gives you the duties. He's the one that establishes a church. Jesus is telling you of a kingdom that is to come, that is now, right? He said the gospel says that the kingdom of God is now at hand. Yet Paul was teaching of a kingdom that was yet to come.
All right. So can you explain? Well, I'm not. I don't want to patronize you. Jesus said, "I come back for a ready church without spot nor wrinkle." Can you chime in on what Jesus himself out his mouth said that then?
Right, but Jesus, okay, Jesus is the I am. I'm the I am. The Christ that was to return is the awakened mind, is not a physical person. It's not a person, because even Paul tells you that. He said, I used to perceive Jesus Christ from a human perspective. I thus perceive him that way no longer. Because he tells you that the Christ is the power and the wisdom of God. He also tells you to awake, O thou that sleeps, arise from the dead, and Christ will give thee light. The Christ's return is the awakened mind, is not a physical person. The Bible is a psychological book. The fall of man, the fall into duality, which is the eating off the tree of knowledge of good and evil. It wasn't about people actually eating off a tree and eating a piece of fruit. It's about taking on beliefs of a of knowledge of good and evil. It's because you believe in good and evil, you experience duality. And he says that he caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam. Adam never woke up. The Old Testament is about the sleeping man. And the New Testament is about the awakened man, the awakened mind. So the sleeping mind, the awakened mind. Christ is the awakened mind. That's why it says that he is the enlightened one. That's why in that script that I quote about, he will give thee light. The power of God gives you the wisdom of understanding once the awakened mind has taken place within you. But so we have two types of people on this earth: those who know they are God and those who are still seeking after him.
Well, ain't that's not the danger of believing it? Ain't that the same thing with the serpent told Eve in the garden? That
Was
you
it
will
a
be
what
just like God. You will
was
be
it
just
was
like
it
God.
what was it a lie?
Yes, it was a lie because the Bible says he was the author of lies.
No, it was not a lie. It was the truth. The serpent didn't lie. The serpent was telling the truth. You did have the knowledge of good and evil, and you did become like God because you got to create good and evil. We're just like God because why? We're creators, which means we use our mind to create the things of this world. The phone that you're using or whatever tablet you're using to talk to me with,
Mm-hmm.
a mind of man thought of that, right? The cars you drive, the house you live in, the clothes that you wear, that's the mind
Mm-hmm.
of man. That's showing you that you're made just like the creator. You create. The
Right. Well,
Bible's telling us that we're
I agree with you in that
creators.
sense.
Yeah,
But I
yeah.
mean, but that was in the
So
beginning though.
again, the serpent didn't lie because you became a creator. You are a creator. You're just like God. That's not a lie. That's not a lie. You are like God. You are created in the image and likeness of God. That's not a lie. Where's the lie?
so you do before we was created, right? You know it was a war in heaven that was established prior before we was created.
The war in heaven is in your mind.
So you're
I
saying
saw
that the
Satan fall
Lucifer.
like lightning. I saw Satan fall like lightning. Lightning. Oh, I saw Lucifer. Is it Satan or Lucifer? Which term do he use? Did he use Satan? I saw Satan fall like lightning? I can't remember if it's Satan or Lucifer. But anyway, y'all say Satan and Lucifer.
Yeah,
Y'all say
I get
Satan
the
and Lucifer
concept.
are the same thing. But it just means you saw the lower, the negative, the fear, the doubting, the limitation fall out of your mind. Because Satan just means adversary, adverse thoughts. And what is adversary to the mind? Limitation, negativity, fear, unbelief, worrying. Those things must fall down if you are to actualize your God power. You can't actualize the power of God in fear, in limitation, in unbelief, in disbelief, in worry, in doubting. That's why you told you got to have the faith as the grain, as a mustard seed, as the grain of a mustard seed, right? Am I saying it right? Anyway, you know what I mean. And you will say unto this mountain, be thou removed and cast into the sea. What moves the mountain? Faith. Faith moves the mountain. Fear keeps it there. Fear keeps you from having the peace of God that surpasses all understanding. Fear keeps you from the joy that is filled to overflowing. Fear keeps you from experiencing the abundant life now. See, I know I don't got to die to get to heaven, because heaven is now. Heaven is within me. I don't have to die. The promise is now. It's not at a later date. But if I take those teachings of Paul and I make them literal, I'm going to think that that's something that's yet to come, and that's something I have to prove and work for. Even though the script tells me it is not by my works, but it is by grace, which means it is a gift. And a gift is something I don't work for. A gift is something that is freely given. It was freely given to me before the foundations of the world. Because before you were in your mother's womb, I knew you. And as the psalmist David says, I will praise thee, O Lord, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made, and marvelous art thou. So I ain't no sinner. Because David wasn't praising God for being a sinner. He's talking about how fearfully and wonderfully made he is.
I'm glad you said that, sister. So now this is where we put the what they said, the pedal to the road, right? So you said the Lord said He knew you from the foundation, right before the foundation of the world. Now here come Revelation. Jesus said that on that day, He said many will come to me, and He said they would declare they did this, and a third. And Jesus said that He would declare to them that He never knew them, worker of iniquity, which is sin. So can you elaborate on that? Because one scripture says that He said that He knew them before the foundation of the earth. Then another scripture says that He never knew them. So which one are we going to follow?
Well, and we know he's talking about the works. He's talking about your works. He's talking about the works in Revelations. Mm-hmm. He's talking about works, not talking about your beingness, which is the psalmist is talking about. Jesus is talking about works, and another's talking about the I am, and the other one's talking about what you're doing with the I am. So there's no contradiction there. So it's the same as was said in the gospel. You honor me with your lips, but your heart is far from me. Right. That I will know you, that you will know them by their fruit. Right. So again, because the premise that I made beforehand is that Jesus never existed. Jesus is not a real person. When he's talking about the I am, talking about myself. Whenever I have a desire and I want to actualize that desire, bring it forth, I must be the person that has it, or I shall die in my sins, which means I will never realize it. Because sin only means to miss the mark. You can look it up in the original Aramaic or Hebrew language. It does not mean any moral behavior. It's an archery term that means you miss it. You miss the bullseye. You miss the aim. You miss the mark. That's all it means. This Bible is not about morality. The Bible is not about morality. It's about you being a creator. What is it that you want to create? You miss the mark whenever you have a desire that you never actualize. So you sin every time you make a vow to yourself and you don't keep it. That's you sin then. Whenever you say, oh, I'm going to do this, and then you don't do it. That's a sin. That's the only sin that, and yes, all have sinned. Everybody says they're going to do something and then they don't do it. Everybody says they wanted to experience something, they have yet to experience it. They're sinning. That's all it means.
I got you, sister. I would agree, because I guess it's somebody. I guess I'm assuming that he must be one of your moms or something like that. Because I tell him we having a conversation, not a debate. I don't think that this was more of a debate. Cause I wasn't asking you debating questions or nothing, and we definitely was in a respectful manner. I'll let you finish. You let me finish, but I digress and lay my plane just in case Kevin or somebody else want to come up. I definitely appreciate your time. Yes. And I will continue to pray for you.
y'all in this pray for. Y'all got so much to pray for instead of praying for a woman on TikTok. You know that y'all say the world is God forsaken. Pray for that stuff, y'all that evil y'all always so concerned about. Don't waste your prayer on me. I'm good.
Nah,
My life is
I feel you.
wonderful. I'm sure you got some family members that you personally know. I'm sure you got some co-workers that you personally know. I know some people in your world that you personally know that you could use your prayer more effectively on than to waste it on me, because it would fall on deaf ears. God just not going to answer that prayer. It's just not going to happen. So why waste a prayer? If your prayer is really powerful, if your fervent, effectual prayer availeth much, I think you should use it on some shit that you really want to see change, instead of trying to get God to change a heart that ain't gonna change. Because I am God, so my heart ain't changing. I've been there, done that. I used to be a Christian. I used to be a Sunday school teacher. Been there, done that. I tried Jesus, and I say no, because I am Jesus. I figured out I am Jesus. I am that I am. But you be blessed. You be well. Beloved, I wish above all things that you prosper and be in health, even as your soul prospers.
God bless you, sister.
Yes, God bless you. Oh. Hey, A-Town. How are you, broski?
What up? I love their outro. When they, it's like a little shot. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm gonna pray for you.
Like, boo, no, don't waste your time. I gotta get them with all the issues going on in the world. You gonna waste it on me? I think you got some other prayers you need to be working on. Not mine.
Conversation. But respectfully, I was just telling brother, just to make sure that, he looked like he was getting a little excited, but I wanted to just make sure, because this is Manifested Wednesdays. You know what I'm saying? We're here to have a good time, and but I respect it, and I did encourage the conversation. It did seem like he was had decorum, and things of that nature. So yeah, no, it was out of respect, Mr. Angel. So we all good. But the plane didn't need to land. But we all good. So to the chat, the panel's open. Come up, Manifesting Wednesdays. Y'all know what time it is. Tim, I ain't harassing.
He was like, I don't even got no. He was like, I don't even got no words. I don't even know what to do with that.
Yeah, exactly. So it's all good.
Yeah. Got him with the 1-2. Let me stop. Him with the 1-2.
Yeah. Sometimes, just need to be, they do the what they when they up too long for the testimony, you know what I'm saying? They rub their shoulder, they rub their back, you know what I'm saying? Let them know they up a little long, you know what I'm saying? It's time to go ahead and land the plane. But no, it's all good though.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. So we have Toyia on the scene. Hello, Toyia. How are you?
Hello. I am good. I've been waiting for this Wednesday so I could tell you this story because it's good.
All right, it's good. Let's go.
So last week on Tuesday, let me preface. Before that, I had been talking about a new car. I said, man, my car too small. This is irritating me. I'm tall, I'm a big woman, and the car is little, and it's been bothering my leg and my knee. So to myself, I've been saying, I need to get a new car, So I had a little plan going in play. And I was like, okay, it's going to work out like this. Then there was a whole bunch of car accidents going on in my city. And I was just like seeing it. I said, dang, I ain't been in a car accident in like 10 years. And I'm like, these people driving crazy. It's a lot of people moving in. So it was on my mind. Then my sister said something about car accidents. She don't like talk to us when we on the phone driving because she swears we're going to get in an accident. So my mom was on that. So I was still thinking about the new car. And here come last week, I get in an accident. Got in an accident, and I was like, what the freak is going on? This is not what I wanted to happen. Like, I had a whole plan. But I'm going to be honest with you. In that accident, when the impact happened, I remember a smile come on my face, and I was like, I think I'm about to get what I want.
Oh, my God.
What I want. So the whole time, even when the accident happened, everything was fine. I was fine. The person that was fine. There was the other person that was involved. I hate that. She was fine though. We ended up, shaking hands, getting everything squared away. All my stuff is squared away, so I didn't have no problem. I ain't thinking nothing bad's gonna happen. So my mom, she's all like, "Oh my God, she's nervous." I said, "Mama, you just chill. She said, you gotta get a new car. You gotta do this. You gotta do that." And she said, "How's your credit?" She's all worried. Me, however, I'm just kicking. I'm smiling every day because I'm like, I know I'm about to get this new car.
Yes.
So I was already looking before that, and a lady that I worked with, she called. No, my boyfriend called the same people that he told me to get the car through before. So she calls him. It's like, oh, I noticed that she been looking at the car. I said, hey, how she know? I said, I know they got some stuff they be doing. Once they got you as a customer, they can kind of track when you get online and all that type of stuff. So she said, yeah, I pulled the car that she been looking at. And I was like, to me that's a little weird, but okay, fine. So when we go in there, so I make an appointment with her. We go in there. She already got all the cars I've been looking at.
Oh wow!
Printed out. And I'm like, she's like, well, which one do you want the most? And I pointed to the Rogue. I said, I want a Nissan Rogue. And I said, she said, you can try this, you can try that. I said, no, I want this one. This is the one I want. And of course, she showed me two. I test drove two. The first one, I was like, I don't like this. And then the second one, which is the one I want, I got it. I said, this is it. I didn't even start the car up. I said, nope, this is gonna be it. It's gonna be it. So then, yeah, everything just started working out. Insurance moving fast. I had gap insurance, so that worked everything moving real fast. I mean, now everything's done. And today I signed to get my car. So I'm getting me a car on Saturday.
And it's funny, Kevin was talking about the Nissan Rogue the other day. He had like 300-some thousand miles on it. He put on his Nissan Rogue. And here you are about to get you a brand new one. All right. Congratulations.
My family, everybody was stressed out. They was like, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? I said, I'm telling y'all. Just like you be saying, you can't, you might think you know how it's gonna go. But you don't know how it's gonna go. You just have to be open to letting things happen that will open the door for what you want to come.
Yes.
So when the accident happened, yes, I was like, but a part of me hearing, honestly, you in the back of my head, like, okay. But remember, you don't always control. So really, me in the back of my head,
right.
But you know, you don't always control how things are gonna go. This most likely, I always say everything benefits me, so most likely it's gonna benefit you.
Yes.
So I didn't even get nervous. I've been happy every day since it happened. My mama's been able to pick me up and spend the time together. That's beautiful. And I signed to get my car, so they're just gonna do a little detailing. And Saturday is my day. So it landed right on Manifesting Wednesdays, which is
did it?
Well, I literally just came from the car place.
Wow. Okay. Congratulations on your new ride, girl. On that new ride. Oh, beautiful. What color did you get?
Wasn't we just talking about that? So when somebody was trying to get a new job, or somebody I think it was your daughter, and she was wondering why she lost the job, but she had been complaining about the job and wondering why she got fired.
Yeah.
I had been complaining about the car, and I'm trying to figure out why I get total, because I was done with that.
She over there smirking right after the hit.
Right.
I was like, you know what? You crazy girl. That's what I said, girl. You ain't trying to do.
I ain't even mad at you. Congratulations, dog.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
The way I've been able to keep my spirits up is really just, beautiful. It's just been very, I think when my car was getting stolen like 2 years ago, but the reason why I had to get the car I had really was a rush thing. I was not this, happy or able to see it positively through the whole thing. I was very like, why they stealing my car? A whole bunch of kids around here. Why they gotta steal my kid twice? Like,
oh wow.
And this time I was more like, accident, but I know I want another car, so whatever. Let's just look in the direction that I want. And definitely, like I told you, I'll be training myself, and now I see it's really worked now. I think I have really retrained my brain to be able to do this, so that I always benefit from everything.
That's beautiful.
And, yeah, just grateful, truthfully.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah, I think about, like I said, I want to travel more. I already got 3 trips planned.
There you go.
Yeah, so I'm supposed to, at the end of the month, we're going to Orlando. My daughter just texted me. She wanted me to we're going to the DR, my middle child. We're going to the DR in May, and then we have the cruise in July for what you call that, Independence Day. Yeah. So And I'm like, that's what I wanted. I want to travel more. Now I just got to find out what I'm gonna do the second half of the year.
There you go. There you go.
Well, I'm gonna, and then I told Latoxic, she gave us news yesterday. I told her, I'm like, oh, because she wasn't gonna be, she's gone out of town. I was like, well, we gonna tell your manifestation story. You can go back and tell us later. But we gonna tell it. We gonna tell your because she got the job that she wanted. That she said that was perfect for her. She met all the criteria, and she said she actually had worked for them before, but she was in another position. And as she stayed with the company, she was saying that she didn't meet the qualifications as she stayed, but by her leaving, she was able to gain those qualifications and came back, and she got exactly what she wanted. She was like, and she said it's a perfect fit. The duties, the money, all of it. I'm like, girl, that's what I'm talking about. Yes, yes, yes. So, and then she said that she said she had wrote, because she did everything on her whiteboard. She said that she wanted to fly first class all the time. When she said the ticket was purchased by she said a guy had purchased a ticket, and then she said she was able to upgrade to first class for only $100. I'm like, I know that's an upgrade for $100.
That's crazy.
I know, right? She said they was like 3 times the amount. The ticket was like 3 times the amount of the regular main cabin.
Yeah.
But she was like, they told her they would upgrade her for $100. She's like, yes. We said, I told myself, I always fly first class. I always fly first class.
Yeah, initially first class to fly first class, she said it was $1,600.
Right, and I think she said her ticket was $600.
Right, and they bumped her up for $100.
Yep. I remember my mama one year. She really wanted to see. I forgot if he had a song or album called Elton John. She loved Elton John. She really wanted to see him, and she's like, I don't know how I'm gonna get to go. And I was like, I can't go with you because I gotta work. And she said she don't like going to concerts unless she can be right up front. She said, if I can't be up front, I don't want to go. So she bought a ticket. No, she didn't buy a ticket. She just went up there the day of the concert and was like, yeah, I got some tickets, and the tickets was right up front.
Oh, wow. All right. She
didn't even buy one. She said, I ain't going if I can't sit right in the front. And as soon as she went up there, it was the only 2 tickets was right up front. They just let her get it. I think they let her get it for like $35 because it was like the same day.
Oh, wow. Okay. So they reduce concert tickets like that when it's the same day.
I think I never heard of them doing that, so I was really just thinking she manifested it.
Right. Definitely, she manifested it. Definitely.
I walked in there the day of and said, I want to see Elton John, and she had been saying the whole week that she'd always told me that since I was a kid. She only likes to go see people if she can be in the first 5 rows.
I know she ain't messing with it. Okay.
She bougie. My mama bougie.
That's all right. Right. Now they said taking things into consideration is overrated. I know that's right. Say then cries for victim. Oh no, just say what you want, right? Your mom was like, look, I'm not taking less than what I want. If I can't be up front, then I just ain't meant to go. I heard that.
Yeah, she would have turned around too. She was like, all right, I ain't going. I would have been happy either way.
Yeah. Which is why she didn't have that resistance there, right? She was okay going back home. And then, it's like, nope, here you go. These are set aside especially for you. Like, we got to know that it's done especially for us, not that this was some coincidence or, some accident. Oh, I can't believe it. No.
Yes, that's the important part. That don't discard it by, oh, well, it would have happened anyway. It was just a coincidence. Because for you to say that is to deny your power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes, I fully agree. I feel like if I would have had any resistance in this case, then maybe something would have happened that I didn't want to happen, that I wouldn't try to blame this or blame that. But I'm thinking that there's going to be resistance. So I didn't think of none. Not that I'm going to get this. This situation is not going to come out and I'm going to be all, ass out. No, I'm not.
Right.
No, I'm not. That's not ever an option.
Never an option.
Ain't no ass out for me. I'm always going to get everything that I need and more. And believing that can be the, trickiest part for a lot of people because people think that you can't get what you want just by saying it.
Yeah.
But if that's your only eye view, then what else is there to get?
I know, right? There's nothing else on the menu.
Right.
This is the only option. There is nothing else on the menu. Right? If it's something else on the menu is greater than what I imagined. It's greater than what I ever thought could happen. It's greater. That's what it's about.
Yes, and we live in the greater part. Because we are and deserve the greater part.
Yes, yes.
We're limitless. We are limitless.
Limitless. That's a great movie too, y'all. Hey, Divination. Long time no see. Where you been, girl? Hey, girl. Hey, lady. How you been? Go ahead, Kevin. What did you say? I just want to say hi to Divination. I haven't seen her in a while.
Yeah, I love Divination too. Yeah, I'm just saying that I love the story that Toyia said that she kept hearing about and being aware of all the different accidents. And because of that awareness came into her reality, she had the accident had to happen. Now, she didn't purposely try to have an accident in order to get a new car.
Right.
However, she was aware of maybe more than normal, a lot of accidents in her reality. And she kept saying, man, why are so many accidents in my area? What's going on? Well, she found out what was going on. It was being manifested. And why was it being manifested? To bring her the new car.
That's it.
And then I forgot to add in the part where when I first was thinking about the car, I was looking into the gap insurance because I had never had it before, and I had heard people, they explained it to me. I was like, oh yeah, I got gap insurance. I said, but that don't help me with just getting a new car. I said it to myself out loud. I said, I would have to get in an accident to get a new, and the car would have to be totaled. I said, well, that's not going to happen. I literally said it to myself. I was sitting right here on my couch, and I said that when I was researching how everything works. And I was like, I ain't getting in no accident to get no car. Literally what you just said. I said, well, I'm going to fix something out. Then that's when I made the plan. In that same moment, I made the little plan. I said, okay, in September, it'll be 2 years. I'll just refinance 2 years. I've been keeping up on all my payments. I'm sure they'll give me another car. I'm sure they'll pre-approve me for another loan. I'll just get another car with that. So, but I didn't say, when I was doing the plan thing, I wrote all that down. I wasn't saying it out loud, but I said the accident thing out loud because it was so outrageous. I said, I'm not about to get no accident. I said that out loud.
That never even entered your mind. Like, clearly it did enter your mind because you talked about it.
Then I seen accident after accident. I said, goodness gracious, I'm going to have to stay out the scene. And then just like he said, what the next thing, and did something I never do. I don't ever be on that street where it was. I don't even go that way. That was a street I never traveled down before. It's my second time ever going down that road. And I made a mistake, and that's why it happened. Because I never even go there. Though I go in that area all the time, my mom taught me to avoid that area. Just that specific road, because accidents happen right there. But I said, I'm going through real quick. I went through real quick.
Say, I just hurry up and move on along. Everything will be okay. Oh, wow.
See how your belief, how it's connected to your belief, your manifestation. Now, if I was in church, I would say, look at God. But I'm not. So look at you, Toyia.
Exactly. Look at me. I like that better. That makes me feel real about myself.
That's it. Oh, such beautiful stories. So beautiful, such beautiful stories. And what I love about this community is that we really have taken our eyes away from when is it going to happen, right? When you decide and you just know it is, you may try to contemplate how you think it might happen, right? You may try to be like, oh, I wonder how it's going to be. Some people do that. I wonder how it's going to happen. Maybe it's going to happen like this. And some people try to keep themselves from trying to think that way. And then other people play with it, right? Because it should be all in fun. You should be having fun with life. We shouldn't be on edge. You right? We shouldn't be on edge about when is it going to happen? 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 Right? We should not be on edge about that. We should be having fun with our manifestations. We should be having fun with our imagination. We should be having fun with life because we are the creator of it, right? Meaning that everything is happening and responding to us, right? Everything is infinite response to us. Some people will say your frequency, some your vibration. I don't care what you call it. It's whatever you're giving your attention to, your focus to. That's your world is responding to you. And it's always going to take what? The least path of resistance. That's whatever you're the least resisted to. Whatever you're the least resisted to. And so Toyia's focus was on accidents. She made, as much as she tried not to be focused there, she couldn't help it. Everywhere she went, she hearing her mama talking about it, sister talking about it. She's seeing it everywhere. And then what? She experiences it. But good thing she didn't see it as a bad thing, right? She's like, here we go. Here we go. Time for a new car. Let's go. Let me go get my new car. Let me go get my new car.
I was irritating everybody with how joyful. That was like,
because most people do be all up in arms. I can't believe they hit oh my goodness, I can't believe I had an accident.
When it happened, I said, are you okay? Are you okay? She was like, had a horrible attitude. I said, everything's gonna be all right. I said, are you in pain? Do you want to do it? And then, she had a funky attitude at the beginning, then at the end, she came back and said, I'm sorry, I was acting the way I was acting. I said, oh yeah. I said, I understand you can be frustrated with me. I get it. I made a mistake. It's okay. I said, but I just want to make sure you're okay. I said, if you need any help, I'm just going to show you. I told her, I said, yeah, take a picture of my car, take a picture of your car, make sure you make the connection. Like, I don't care how the outcome happened because I already knew what would happen for me. Mm-hmm. And I know I got all my ducks in a row. I said, you want to tell them it's my fault? Tell them it's my fault, but make sure you got your evidence so you can tell them how it was my fault. I don't care. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, make sure you tell them. Yeah, make sure you got it all together. I want you to feel like, I don't want her to feel like I'm trying to get over or nothing. Mm-hmm. I just want you to be, as long as you're okay, I'm happy. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She was fine. She was just really resistant towards me. Though I understand, I was just like, I just want you to be okay. I said, both of us are okay. So I feel like this is, it's a win if we're both okay. Yes, we lost, really, I lost my vehicle. Her vehicle needs to get fixed. Mm-hmm. That happens. Mm-hmm. But I just want both of us to be breathing and alive because that's all that matters to me. Yeah. That's what I'm focused on. Yeah. Being safe and being able to live out the rest of my life because I got things I want to do.
I know, right? Say that.
There's no other option, right?
No other option. We living good, And people want to take life so seriously. Hey, that's your road. I'm here to laugh and have a good time. Life is supposed to be a good time, footloose and fancy free.
I agree.
I didn't live too serious most of my life. Ain't nobody got time for that no more.
When I was doing that, I was always stressed out. And I wasn't ever having a good time, ever. I was always like, are people looking at me? Are people doing this? Are people doing that? When I was just, instead of recognizing the insecurity I had within myself, that's really what we needed to figure out. Oh, mm-hmm. I got insecurities. I try to act like I don't, but I do. Yeah. What do I need to do to work on these insecurities? Oh, do I need to lose weight? Let's lose some weight. Do I need to eat better? Let's eat better. Do I need to work out more? Let's work out more. And in those moments, that's what I needed to do. Now, I don't really do nothing.
I know. Say I just chill, huh?
I'm just just trying. Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
trying.
What they say, laughter is the best medicine? Medicine for the soul. Like, you better learn how to laugh. Learn how to, have a good time. Get a sense of humor. Or not. Do you, boo?
Look, whatever they want to do, right?
Or not.
We kicking it over here.
You can walk around with a stick up your ass all if you want. Not over here. Foot loose. Kick off my Sunday shoes. Ooh-wee, Louie.
Yeah, it's funny y'all say that. Somebody in the chat said they don't mix knowledge and
comedy. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, well,
that's everyday thing.
That's what you do. We good over here.
Oh my goodness. Hey, Delissa, how are you? Another one I haven't seen in a while. How are you? Long time no see. Everybody just passing through here on this manifesting Wednesdays. Yes, laughter is music to my ears.
Mm-hmm.
Laughter is music to my ears. Y'all better laugh sometime. Well, you don't have to again, do you?
Right. Whatever helps.
Right, whatever, gets you to enjoy. Hopefully you're enjoying life. Hopefully even you take it so seriously, hopefully you're enjoying it. Hopefully it's a joy for you. That's all.
That's even been it helped me to be able to, when people are complaining, I'm able to even transmute it differently too. Like, if this is what they have to do, and this is what they have to do. Right? It's not up to me to try to make it about me and be like, oh my God, they're so exhausting. I don't have to be exhausted by that if I don't want to be, so I'm not going to be. Let me just hear them out. They need the space. I got the I have the energy because I've lightened my load, like you talking about laughing and having a good time. Oh, you complain about something. If I don't want to hear it, guess what else I will say? I don't want to hear it.
That part.
I ain't got time. I missed a whole bunch of phone calls while this car stuff was going on. I don't want to hear nothing y'all talking about. I'm so sorry.
Say that. So when Knowledge came up, hello Knowledge, how are you? You can unmute.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great, thank you.
Awesome. I did come up. I didn't quite get to fully hear the argument that was put out in terms of the laughter and the knowledge itself.
Mm-hmm.
There was a reference stated. I didn't hear it, so this is why I'm up here.
Oh well, we were referencing the statement that you made.
Not you per se. I was pretty much hoping the person who did say it would have spoken up by now, by me presenting myself here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was me. I had referenced what you had mentioned.
Right. I do see that.
Okay. Yeah, that's what we said.
What seems to be the problem?
Say that again.
What seems to be the problem?
We don't do that. We laugh everything's laughter. Laughter is good for our soul. So we mix everything. Everything is everything over here.
I do agree with that. Would you agree that what I've said was just based off my perception of me? That was just personal in the sense of where I came from in that sense. Would you agree?
Oh yeah, no, I didn't take it as anything personal. I was just mentioning, that's what we do over here.
No. I didn't think it was going to be a wrong or right thing. I wasn't looking at it as that. It was just like a figure of speech in that sense.
Okay.
Right. I was just trying to stay a part of the topic, being relateful, but I wasn't trying to start any conflicts in that sense.
No, there wasn't no conflict. There was, just stating the facts in terms of, and even also encouraging that, wisdom is good. You laugh at
absolutely
where you get observations, perceptions, perspective, being able to translate it to where it is good for your soul, knowing that everything's going to work out for our good. And that's how we get down over here. So that's what I was just saying. So yeah, it's nothing personal. I was just kind of stating, to encourage you to be able to mix getting wisdom and being able to stay encouraged and being in a laughter type of mode?
Okay. No, I just didn't want to feel like I was outcasted. You know.
Oh no.
That was all.
Oh no, you're not outcasted. You're welcome here.
Okay, cool. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's what we don't want you to take it personal. That's also like lighten up a little bit. Lighten up a little bit. Knowledge, lighten up. We all having fun over here. We all having fun. If you was near me, I'll be tickling you. Tickle up. Let me tickle you.
No. I'd probably be the one doing the tickling.
Okay.
I'm very a funny person.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I'm great. We were able to get a great understanding, and all that getting understanding.
It took me long enough to come up here, though.
I know, right? Yeah. Welcome to the panel.
A few buttons had to be pushed. A few buttons had to be pushed for me to get up here. But it seems as me being up here now is mind relieving for me right now.
Oh, well, welcome to the panel. Welcome to the panel. Did you want to share anything? Did you have any stories you want to share with us?
Absolutely.
Okay,
I was just going to quite wait until you were finished, or if anybody else wanted to say anything, because I didn't want to feel like I'm trying to change the subject or trying to make anyone feel like they have to believe in what I'm saying.
Oh no, go ahead.
Okay, cool.
We're all ears.
All right, so awesome. So it says manifesting Wednesday. So today is Wednesday, obviously, right? So I do agree with manifestation. So when it comes to manifestation, I would say there's a concept behind the word manifestation. It is driven from, I would say, religion in the sense of spirituality as well, of gaining something, of basically believing and having faith in that sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or my main goal would be saying that it would be what is the word? Meditation. There we go. Manifestation, meditation. There we go. So meditating, having faith, believing, and hoping, I guess you could use that word too as well, for something that you would like better for yourself. Okay. This is what I'm hoping. This is when I say that. Mm-hmm. This is what I'm hoping. This is the manifestation that we're looking at, because if we're manifesting something, this manifestation has to be self manifestation of something that is worth, in the sense of naturalistic nature, because we coexist with nature itself. Sorry for diverting. The manifestation is not what you want; is actually what you need, and the only person that knows you best is Mother Nature herself, because you are a product of her environment. When you breathe in oxygen, right, you exhale carbon dioxide. That's a fact, and plants do this too as well. Then that carbon dioxide, don't let the cycle stop. When that carbon dioxide goes out to the atmosphere, it goes back to precipitation, condensation, photosynthesis, right, back to the plants, and then ta-da! It produces oxygen. We breathe that in. So that's a cycle right there. Mm-hmm. So we coexist with nature, right there. So in the sense of manifestation itself, it's not what you want. You don't go around and just, okay, I want this and want that. It's not what it's what you need to reappropriate. To everything. I believe everyone have a purpose in life. I don't feel like everyone not everyone, but I don't feel like majority of people are just idling, which they are, but I don't feel like that's their intentions, right? I feel like everyone does have a purpose. I'm not going to, not giving the benefit of the doubt. I'm not naive. So in the sense, maybe they don't know as yet, or maybe their eyes haven't been opened, but them being idling, it takes away the fact of others as well, trying to manifest things for themselves in the way that I think that manifestation should be. And the reason why I say that is because we have resourceable use, things like non-resourceable as well. And if they're here idling, right, my word is idling. It's like they're just taking up space. Like they're not to be rude or anything like that, but if they're going around cutting down trees and we're over here like, like looking at life differently, like, wow, you're cutting down oxygen, bro. Like, you need that to survive, bro. Like, if you're in that kind of mindset, that you're different from the person that's actually chopping down the tree because he's not thinking about it like that. So that's a whole different lifestyle he's looking at and living. If you get what I'm saying. So that's a different mindset. His mindset would be a HELL mindset, and the other person who's trying to save the tree would be in a heaven mindset. That's like a heaven and hell difference mindset. So that's, sorry for diverting.
Oh no, okay, no.
It's manifestation.
That's a different perspective. So you're all
Yeah.
about just don't mess with nature.
Right, because we coexist with it. That's like biting the hand that feeds you. Like,
So do you
yes.
think we can destroy the planet?
Absolutely, we are currently.
So you've heard of? Have you ever heard of like ancient civilizations? You heard of ancient civilizations, right?
Right. Like,
so here's the thing. So it's a reason why they're no longer here and the planet is. Because before we could ever destroy the planet would swallow us up first.
I believe so.
So you ain't got to worry about destroying it because we can't. It's indestructible. This planet with its hurricanes, tornadoes, volcano eruptions, all that, it's gonna do what it needs to do to preserve its existence. Right. And you never got to worry about it. It ain't. We can't kill enough. We can't cut enough trees to get rid of the trees. It just ain't gonna happen. Because I remember back when I used to work for a bank, and I was a loan processor, and they was in that. I left there in 2017. I started in 2012 or 13. So around 13, the tens of the 2000s. It was a big thing of save the trees. Save the trees, save the trees. So what did we stop doing? We stopped printing off the loan applications. Everybody just working off their screens. Everybody just working off their screens. You still have people in the office still printing their application, their loan applications. Right? And yeah, right, because it was like save the trees, save the trees. Where did that go? We ain't saving the trees no more. Like we ain't doing that no more, and you still see all the mail that comes through, what we call junk mail. That never stopped. Even though we was on this save the trees, right? We're always trying to save something. Don't wear real leather. Don't wear fur. We're always trying to. The world does not need a savior. The world does not need a savior.
Absolutely, I do agree with you. Especially cotton too as well. When it comes to cotton, people don't realize that money is made up from cotton too as well. So it's very detrimental on us. They can't come and say that the earth is going to end in any shape, way, or form. They do say that all the time, but it never happens. But
like divination said, remember the ozone layer? That was a thing. You're destroying the ozone layer. It's always, the world is always going to have this doom and gloom type mindset. And I just can't rock with it. I can't rock with the doom and gloom mindset. It's always the sky is falling. It's Chicken Little all the time. It's Chicken Little. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. And the sky just don't ever fall. The sky don't fall. It's not falling. It just isn't happening. It's not happening. Like I said, the world would eat this planet would eat us up before we could do anything to it. It could do tsunamis, these torrential rains, these hurricanes, these the tornadoes, the earthquakes, the volcanic eruptions. Like, don't worry about it. The world, this earth, this planet know how to preserve itself. It ain't gonna let you do too much to it.
Have you ever seen the ground breathe before, like opened up and like closed, like simultaneously before? Like I've seen on videos as well. I've never seen in person. person, I've seen like small events with trees and stuff like that. Like it'll like not separate, but like open up in a weird way, but closes back. But in that sense, I'm looking at things as living and alive, you know, because you know, I feel like we are living and like plants are alive.
Okay.
In that sense.
Okay.
We
But see, I see from my perspective, the world isn't, you're not in the world is in you. That you are projecting the world. Everything is happening in your mind. It is how you're perceiving it, is how you're experiencing it. And so I don't think anything you're saying is quote unquote wrong, or you need to change how you're perceiving your reality, because that's what you came here to do, to experience your own beliefs. So in your reality, you're not cutting down trees, you're just planting flowers, you're planting trees, you're loving nature, you're walking around with no shoes on, you're laying in the grass, you're rolling around in the sand, whatever you're doing to connect with nature. That's what you came here to experience. But everybody don't have to be like knowledge. Everybody didn't come here to just roll around in the sand and swim in the ocean and hug a tree. Everybody didn't come here to do that. And so I'm okay with that.
I definitely agree. The world would be a boring place if everyone was just, you know,
right.
So, you know, I feel like everybody having a purpose in that sense, you know, is unique. You know, I feel like finding out your purpose, you know, during your journey in life, you're traveling, you know, you're astral traveling or whatever you may, you know, say, you can, you know, try to figure out the purpose. My pointing in direction would be the fingerprint, right? Okay. That's the only thing that is significant to every single one. That is, even identical twins don't have the same fingerprint, right? So the fact that the fingerprint is used to unlock phones and used for IDs and stuff like that, it is more boggling to know that, you know, we're living in a repetitive cycle. You know, as I speak, you know, children are being born right now, and, you know, simultaneously, you know, unaliving right now as I'm speaking. So we live in a repetitive cycle with something that is unique, which is the fingerprint, that no matter how many seconds go by and kids are being born repetitively, the fingerprint is always different. So that shows that shows that we are a creator in that sense. It just the way how you say that, this is my world and you're living in it, and this is your world and I'm living in it, vice versa. That's how I look at life itself consciously.
Beautiful. We're all unique, and the fingerprint is your evidence of your uniqueness, because don't nobody else have it. Nobody else has your fingerprint. Isn't that beautiful? No one else has. Somebody might have your color eyes, the shape of your nose, the curve of your lips, your eye, you know, like, but no one else has your fingerprint. Isn't that something?
So the mitochondria, as far as, because I study neurology, and the farthest that we've got to that is mitochondria, where, you know, only the woman carries that DNA, which surpasses of creation. So we're looking at the patterns and the creasing and the drawings of the fingerprints, how they are ordained in that sense, where they come from, you know. So looking at the sources of where they came from at first is may point out, you know, significance of why and where and how it's, you know, supposed to be used for. Maybe you're supposed to use it for something, but we just don't remember, you know?
Yeah, because I think this life is about remembering. I think this life is about remembering. Absolutely. Yep.
Remember the movie Toby?
I never seen it.
Well, they were like beating this guy, right, for not saying that his correct name was Toby, and well, I guess his name, I don't know, but they were trying to change his name, long story short. And they were whipping him for saying his correct name when they were wanting him to say the wrong name each time. So I guess that was the point about that. But it was during slavery. So
are you talking about the movie Roots?
Roots? I'm not quite sure.
I think you're talking about the movie. Okay, so I have seen it. You're talking about the movie Roots.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, okay,
so,
yeah.
So
I've seen
it just shows that they may, just maybe, back then in history when they didn't allow us to read and write and stuff like that, they tried to erase certain things like our identification, which is more than just our names,
Yeah.
like our fingerprints and what it is really for, So maybe they know,
Mm-hmm.
but we don't know. So it's just these little simple things that can change a lot of things.
Yeah, yeah. It's just interesting. Those it comes out the fact that it came out that whole we thought it was like true history was all fictional. Those people that was not his
All right.
lineage, that wasn't his heritage. And I just think about that because that movie came out I think either late 70s or early 80s. But I remember every year it came out, we watched it. I'm like, you talking about the programming every year that movie that series because it was a series that would come on, it would be on so many days, we would watch that every time it came on. Then they had Roots the second generation, and we watched that
Oh,
too. And
you
I'm
talking
just like, it's just so mind because I was born in the early 70s. I was born in 72. So I don't know if it was, when it actually premiered, if it was, late 70s, early 80s. It probably was early 80s, but it could have been late 70s. But I remember every year, and they used to run it like clockwork for several years. I don't know what time of the year it used to come on, but every year they would show that mini series and we would watch it because we thought that was our history. And what's interesting is that I never realized till I was older is that when they were showing that they were coming over, they were supposedly worshiping Allah.
get out of here.
Yeah. So, and by us being a Christian nation, right? I'm like, they didn't put that on there by accident. They did not put that in there by accident. That those
Like you say
they're
Allah,
part of
but
that because they
Muslim,
yeah, yeah,
Muslim guy, Allah.
yeah,
Wow,
yep,
that's news to me.
yeah, yeah. That was part of the movie. Now with this Mandela effect, we watch it again. It may not even be a part of it. I remember that oh, I didn't realize that they were saying that they were Muslim because like they showed like we're supposed to be the slave ship or whatever, and showing them on there, and you hearing them praying and crying, and then that they're praying to Allah.
Wow.
Yeah. This stuff is deep. The psychology, right? That's how we know that the world is all mind because we see that our world programs us. That's the only way it can. Not to say it doesn't use force, right? But the way that they were able to, because you can only, you know, unalive somebody by saying you're gonna unalive people every time they don't obey you. You ain't gonna have nobody to do the work you don't want them to do, right? So
Right.
so you want them to enslave themselves. And
That's smart.
how do you make a people enslave themselves? Well, you got to program them to believe that that's what they're supposed to be. So they had the program, right? They had to tell you that's this is your lot in life. So then you don't rise up and to change the reality in which you're experiencing. So you make people imprison themselves. Then they
I
don't. Then
agree.
they don't no longer have to beat you or unalive you now, because
Like
you.
like like them changing the language, for example, like teaching us to speak English, right? And like you said, cursing ourselves is one of the strongholds that the only stronghold that they have over us is us putting our own self into slavery. Because it's quite evident that we are more dominant and they are recessive in the sense of scientifically and physically, spiritually as well too. But
Yeah.
um for us to not be able to overcome and I would say build our ethnic background, like not instead of saying African American, for example, sorry. I would say that those are two different continents. So, if everybody did have to run back to their countries, if a bomb was, supposed to be going to hit America, the only three people that wouldn't have anywhere to go were the African Americans. So clearly, we need to have a more stronger, you know, threshold to actually have, a platform to speak on. Because this is where I say that we are, lacking of. Apart from being intelligent and being, superior with, dominant in sports and stuff like that, and intellectual, I would say coming together to form um, I wouldn't say society. I would say like a family, unique neighborhood or whatever, or to actually come up with a name for ourselves. I don't want to say it like that, like we don't have a name for ourselves already, but just saying it that to just fitting to what I was saying, in that sense.
Right. The fact that we
Because
have
that's
to
what
be told that we're from another place, most of us, and especially the generations here now, unless you know that you came from the Caribbean or from Africa, you're an American. I don't know why we had to put, if you're going to identify with the landmass, identify with the landmass that you were born in. You were born in America. The African does
right,
not have to be it doesn't have to be the prefix. Just say you're American, because you are an American. They try to lessen it by adding this African to it, but you don't. I don't know nothing about Africa. I
right.
don't know that.
Me neither.
As far as I
Don't get me
know,
wrong.
I'm indigenous to North America, the United States of America. That's. If I'm going to
I just
associate myself with a landmass, I'm an American. Why we got to say Black American or African American? No, we're American. We're more American than these people, the European that come over here. They call themselves Italian and Polish and Irish and I'm talking about, oh, my family came from over here, but but we were already here. I don't even believe in that story that there were all of these slave ships making rounds between here and Africa. I don't believe that. Now, maybe somebody have come from the Caribbean, but I personally believe we were already in this boy. And um because more information is coming out. So I saw this on TikTok and it just made so much sense that they were saying that the European nations got together. It was 7 European nations, and I think also the Spain, they say it was Spain, Portugal, um Britain, France. They said it was 7 of them. I can only remember those, but it's supposed to be a total of 7. And they all came and
unique number.
converged on this landmass. So it wasn't that they brought slavery to it, that we were actually prisoners of war, POWs. So they say they explored, they actually conquered. See, they say exploration to soften what really took place. You're gonna call them
Right,
explorers when actually they were conquering the world. They wanted to come. Maybe they heard about what was going on in the land flowing with milk and honey, because this landmass has everything. The things that we go to other nations to see, we have it all here. We have the Four Seasons, we
right,
have the Caribbean, we have the Pacific Island, right? Because we got Hawaii, we have Florida, then we got California, we have the Rocky Mountains, we have, right? So we can experience all the seasons. We can experience everything that we go to other places, and we can have the Caribbean. We got the Caribbean right here, right there in Florida. Miami is the Caribbean.
right.
The Hawaii is the Pacific Island, right? Yeah, Canada, Alaska is Canada, right? Like, I
Absolutely.
went to Dubai. My daughter was disappointed because she was like, "What the hell? This look like America." And it did with they skyscrapers, and I don't think they do have the sand in the desert, but their city part looked just like they drive on the same side of the road. They got the skyscrapers and everything. They got the chips. Okay, how they prepare their stuff is
But
different, but they got all
one
the
thing that
fast foods that
was
we
there that she
have.
couldn't see.
Say that again.
I said there was nothing there that she's seen that she couldn't have seen in where she's coming from.
Yeah, yeah,
Literally.
yeah. Oh, yeah. I am still saying we got that in Arizona. See, everything that we go to another place to see is all right here in America.
Right.
It's all
I
right
do agree
here.
with that.
Everything. Like so, somebody was like, "We're actually the land flowing with milk and honey." I mean, we know it's symbolical, but if we're going to make it literal, right? This landmass is actually that. But I know that the Bible is psychological. But if we're going to make it
Right.
literal, the United States is actually that. Right, how huge. Yes, it has everything you need. I remember again, I saw another guy. He was from Europe. I think he was from Great Britain. He said, "I see why Americans don't really need to travel outside of America because they have everything. Why they just travel to their states. You can just travel to your states and you will have experienced the world. You don't have to go out of America. You just need to travel to go like I said, go to Arizona, go to California, go to New York, go to right. New York is basically Paris. New York is basically Paris. You know, it has the fashion capital, just like Paris is, just like Milan. You got that right, and New York is the melting pot. If you want to find every type of ethnicity, all you got to do is go to New York. You're gonna find it. The five boroughs, right? Like, go down the East Coast. Go down to the Panhandle, the Florida Panhandle. Like, we have everything. We have everything. You don't even need a passport to see the world. United States is the world. But I'm not saying don't go outside the world, because I think you should go just to see other cultures, right? But even those cultures are here. Because every culture has come to America because we are the land of opportunity. We are the land of dreams. Dreams are really brought to fruition right here in America. You can dream anywhere, of course, but you know what I mean? Like, that's why they call it the land of opportunity. People risk their life to come to America. People risk their life. So, hey, Maya. Hey. How are you? Wait, what you coming to talk about? You know, Kenny on here too. He'll hear you. You coming up? You coming to talk, or you just passing through? That's my daughter Maya, the real melanin Maya. Oh, you say your answer is in Louisiana and Oklahoma? Okay. That's what I'm saying. Look.
Hello, everyone. Hola. Y'all in here talking about abundance?
Yes.
Okay, so I might as well just because I really need to tell you this over the phone, but I'll tell it on live. I guess it's abundant. So okay, cool, right? So me and my mama, we going to a daughter and mama trip to Punta Cana soon, right? And so the room that we actually got, it's the premium room, so it's gonna be premium drinks. We get late checkout at 1 p.m. We at the Elite Club. We got oceanside view, biggest room. We on the suite. So I had to request that room. They denied my request the first time. Then I called them. I said, whoa. I didn't book through this, Ryu before. Like, I don't know why y'all denied my request. I need y'all to accept that. So they finally accepted it. And yeah, and I definitely need a late checkout because my flight not gonna be till like 6 o'clock.
Oh,
but,
okay.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna have to leave. And I think even after you check out of the room, you can still be on a resort for the day.
Mm-hmm.
So I probably will just leave a little bit after, I check out the room, get my little after shots to get on the plane. But yeah, that's really it.
Oh my goodness, you manifested us a really nice time. All right. Oh, and the resort is beautiful. Oh my goodness, it's so beautiful. We're gonna have fun in the DR. Oh my goodness. She really taking me to be her photographer, but that's okay. I'll go.
Bye. See, she's trying to act up like she's not gonna be wanting me to take her pictures, and she's not gonna get her photo ops. Like, please, we're both content creators, so we both need to flick.
Hello.
Okay,
that is amazing. I'm so excited.
I will be sending you your flight information by the end of tonight. But I hope y'all have a great rest of y'all day.
Thank you, boo. You have a great rest of your day too. She's like, let me come on over here I was telling you guys that we were going to Punta Cana. So, yes, living it up. Do I do what I do? Hey. Oh, yes, an amazing time. Yes, we will. We will. Most definitely. Most definitely. Most definitely. Most definitely. So you guys have anything else to talk about? Manifesting. We don't have no manifestations, or it don't have to be any new ones. It could be some, some can when you first started on your journey, you know. I know Kev always got, a story for us. Oh, Kev always got a story for us.
Always.
Yeah, just know it really is simple. Take the stress off yourself. Like Noye was saying, there's no other option. She knew she was going to get the car. She just didn't know how. She tried to tell her it wasn't going to happen the way it happened, and it happened exactly the way she said it wouldn't. Because what did I tell you? It's not the universe. Your subconscious mind doesn't know no. What does it say? What does it know? What you give your attention to. That's the language of the subconscious, attention. Now, the scientific folks would call it vibration and frequency. I'm going to call it focus and attention. Potato. We're saying the same thing. Because I think you can better understand when I say your focus and attention rather than your vibration and your frequency. Because attention just means you're talking about it. You keep seeing it. You're aware of it. That's your attention. Your awareness is your attention. She was aware of all these doggone accidents. And she's like, oh, that's not, remember, there's no such thing as no. So even though she was saying, that's not going to happen to me, the universe says, oh, you want an accident? Got you. Okay. That's what you're talking about. Everybody's talking about it. Her parents, her sisters, her siblings. She talking about it. Her whole reality was all about this accident. And so that was the least path of resistance. And the beauty of it, when it happened, she didn't see the wrongness in it, right? That's all I have been talking about. Was that goddamn, was a damn accident. All right, let me go get my new car. Let me go pick up my new baby. Let me go get my new SUV. Let me go on ahead and get my new car. Because that's what I wanted. All right. All right. And there is no resistance to it either. All right. All right. And she kept talking about it, but in her mind, this can't happen. But remember, there's no knowing consciousness. There is no no. It's only what do you keep giving your attention to? Because she knew a new car was coming. She just, she just thought that she knew the way. But we don't get to say the how. We don't get to say the how. We just be available to receive. That's all. We're just supposed to be in the state of receptivity. Step 4. When you accept it as a possibility, all you got to do is let it flow. Let it flow. Let it flow. Let it flow. Let it go. Hey, things are going to work out, don't you know? Let it go. Hey, Tony Braxton, tell us, girl. Let it go. Hey.
Oh, I'm about to listen to that. I'm sure that's a good one.
You have to listen to it.
I am now. I forgot about that one.
Hey, yes. Rest and receive.
And I would say this, when everything happened, I was like, dang, this is where I was like, I still have to watch it. I know I'm saying earlier I'm getting it together, but I said, dang, I might have to, because of the whole car situation didn't go the way I want to. I said, I'm gonna have to push off moving out next year. But then my boyfriend corrected me. He was like, no, you don't.
We no compromise, no sacrifice. We don't have to compromise or sacrifice. You can have it all.
Right. And it's so funny. He doesn't even really talk like that. So when he does it, I'll be like, I must be manifesting you to be like, yeah, like you really switching up, because he usually be like, you have to deal with things how it come. But in this situation, even like some of the stuff with the car, I was kind of like mixed up about. He was like, no, you're gonna be all right. You can afford it. You'll be all right. You'll refinance in 6 months. He said you'll refinance. It'll be all right. Don't worry about that. You got money. I said, you know what I do? I do have money.
Talk it.
Last night we was talking. I was like, you know what? I don't have to wait to move out. He said, you're right. You don't, and you won't. You'll move out next year, like you said. One more year here. You got a bigger car. You're gonna get a bigger apartment. Just keep saying it. And I was like, you're right. So I really appreciate him being like, because sometimes I have to reel him, but this time he was right on it for me. I was like, okay.
Hey, they just your reflection.
Right on it.
Yes, your reflection. He just mirroring you.
For real.
That's it. Love it. All right. Okay, we got some new folks up on the panel. Sienna, hello. How are you? Welcome back.
Hey everyone. I'm doing okay. Yeah. As far as I noticed you're manifesting Wednesdays, and overall, I'm pretty good at manifesting. But sometimes, I'm trying to figure out the best way to say this without putting too much out there. Sometimes I will manifest something, and when it doesn't play out as expected, I question what the feedback is I need to receive from this experience, because clearly, okay, help me with this. When we manifest something, do you think it's possible for us to manifest things in our lives, either things or people in our lives that aren't in our best interest?
We can manifest the unwanted. When the unwanted appears, you just reject it. You don't accept it. You revise it. So when you experience something that you would say, that's not what I asked for. Not that I didn't create it, because you absolutely created it. You did manifest it, but you don't have to accept it. I always say, if what you manifested is not in your best interest, then that means that's not the end of the story. There's more to the story. So just revise it. Right? You go back to the editing floor, you go back into the editing room, because you're the director, you're also the author. You rewrite the script. You don't have to analyze it, you don't have to scrutinize it, you don't have to be uncritical about it. Just change it. Change the script.
I like that.
Say what you want it to be, and then play that role out. Rehearse that line. Play that out in your mind. Talk to yourself in the way that you wanted it to happen.
I like that.
Yeah, we miscreate all the time. There's a script where Neville Goddard reminds you of this script. If you're familiar with Neville Goddard, he talks about the potter's house, because he tells you to potter, and the original interpretation or translation of that is the mind, is the imagination. And Jeremiah says, I went back down to the potter's house to be remade, to be reshapen. He says, you don't throw away the mold, you reshape the mold. Nothing is to be discarded. All are to be redeemed, because you're the redeemer. You're going to redeem that which was corrupt, which is the thing that you brought forth that you didn't like. And you just go back to the potter's house, which is the imagination, and you remake it. You reimagine it the way you want it to be.
I like that a lot. I like that a lot because sometimes we can get on these natural highs of creating so many manifestations for ourselves that when we experience a manifestation that we need to go back in and revise, it's definitely a moment of reflection, because at those times, myself personally, I feel like I need to practice neutrality so I don't collapse into that duality of that manifestation that I truly didn't desire. And it's a lot easier said than done, I'll tell you that. Yeah. Especially if it was something that was
this is where forgiveness comes in, and the mercy seat of God. Which you're God, so you're going to extend mercy to yourself, which means you're not going to beat yourself up for a miscreation. You're going to extend grace and just decide that you don't accept it.
Thank you. Yeah, and then divination. Thank you for putting that in the comments. I took a screenshot because I'm going to watch it. I do watch Neville Goddard a lot. He was one of the first few people that I watch on YouTube, especially falling asleep or in the morning. So, yeah. Is he a Rosicrucian?
I don't know.
But his stuff is so amazing. But I'm definitely going to listen to that. And then, not to get too far off of what you're saying, but I really believe you can help me with this. Do you believe in the term traumatic experiences? Or is this something that we're collapsing into, an identity that we're collapsing into?
It's not if I believe it, it's how you're defining it, right? Because it's not if I believe it, it's how are you interpreting the experience. So yes, a lot of people say they experience something traumatically, right? That's where forgiveness is key. You forgive the state and lose the label. Let go of the label. It was an experience that you didn't like, experience maybe in your mind you wish you never even experienced it. Guess what? You can imagine that you never experienced it. This is where the world will tell you you're lying. And I tell you, a lie is just a story you tell, and it's just all about, do you believe the lie? Do you believe the story that you're telling? Because you believe lies all the time, which are just stories. And when you believe the story, you act accordingly. This is what Neville Goddard teaches. There is no lie, right?
Right.
There is no lie. An assumption, though false, if persisted in, is hardened into a fact. It becomes your truth. Because who's judging you? You're the judge and jury of your life. So judge everything as righteous. In righteousness, we learn through Neville Goddard helped us remember. I'm not going to say learn, to remember. Righteousness is already being that which you desire to be. That's what righteousness is. I'm already this version of me.
So if I view the situation as, what's the word? Like to dehumanize someone, is that me judging the situation as, if I felt like it was dehumanizing, is that me judging the situation as that?
Yeah, and I'm not going to say that it's not dehumanizing. That's not what I'm going to say. I'm going to say change it to it's what you want it to be. So the experience was dehumanizing. Now we're going to change it to what I want it to be. because I'm saying it's this, but I want it to be that. So now I have to change it to that. So I'm going to recreate the experience. So I wasn't dehumanized. I actually was loved. I actually was seen. I actually was supported. I actually was uplifted. So now you have to tell a different story. Instead of telling the story of being dehumanized, you have to tell the story of being loved and wanted and supported and uplifted, of being treated as a in the way you want it to be. And I think because we were told not to lie, we make that an issue about telling a different story. It's like, but I'm lying. This actually did happen. Why would I say it didn't happen? Why would I say that the thing that made me feel so traumatic, why would I ever say that didn't happen? That's like scapegoating the victim. Because I need that person that did this to me to own what they did to me and correct it. But see, over here, we know there are no victims. There are only creators. And if I'm creator, if I'm source, if I'm cause, if I'm God, then no one did anything to me. Because no manifestation comes to me unless my awareness, my conscious, my subconscious beliefs draws it in, even if it is the ugly, even if it is the traumatic, even if it is the wrong. Because I'm not taking them off the hook. I'm reimagining what took place. Because I'm going to decide that what actually happened did happen. And when I actually embody that that is what took place, that's the new memory. That's the memory you're going to have. Because I'm going to forgive me. And I'm taking them off the table and I'm forgiving me. Because a lot of times we blame ourselves. Why did I put myself in this situation? Why did I allow this to happen? We know why we allowed it to happen. Because we thought a certain way. We believed things about this reality. A lot of times we don't think it'll happen to us. Because we talk about things that happen to other people, traumatic experiences, and then we think somehow talking about a traumatic experience will keep the experience from not taking place. But when you speak of evil, you cannot be surprised that evil happens. Which is why we're told to think of whatsoever is lovely, whatever is pure, just, noble, praiseworthy, and good report. But we slip up, we fall back, and we gossip. We talk about stuff that ain't our business. This is what we call gossip, right? We talking about everything that's going on in the world and ain't got shit to do with us. We talking about what happened to this person and that person. It's none of our business, but we talk about it. And we know what you talk about, you bring about. That's a hard pill to swallow, though. Because we like, what? Why is everything my fault? You're the creator. You're the cause. You're the source. Everything begins and ends with you. You can not only be willing to take, we want to say, I created all the good things. The great things, yeah, I can own that. Oh yeah, I manifested that. Did y'all see that? I manifested that. Oh, I got that job. I got that car. I got that. I got everything. But when it's the unwanted, that wasn't me. They did that to me, and I need them to right that wrong. Mm-hmm. And instead of pointing the finger, just change the experience. We have the power to do that. And if it takes you crying and being mad and angry, be angry, but sin not. What does that mean? Experience the emotion of hurt, but don't lose sight of the goal. You can experience being human, because I'm never telling you not to be human. That's what we're here for. We're here to experience being human. So cry, be mad, hit a wall, punch a wall, kick. However you want to get those feelings out, and then change it. And then perceive it differently. Forgive, which means give forth that which you would like to receive. Give the grace, give the compassion, give the understanding. Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. Which I'm forgiving me, because I didn't even know I was creating this. I didn't even realize that my mind even went there. I didn't even know I had this subconscious impression. So I'm going to forgive me. And I'm going to love on me. Because forgiveness is twofold.
That's right.
Forgiveness is about forgetting, because I got to forget the old in order to embody the new. I got to forget the old to embody the new. And then I'm going to give forth that which I would like to receive. I'm going to give myself all the love, the understanding, the grace, the mercy, the peace, the joy, the compassion. I'm going to give that. I'm going to pour it on thick. I'm going to love me some me. I'm not finna water on self-pity. I'm not finna be like, woe is me. Nope, we're not playing that game. Because I'm God. I'm the creator.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. You know what? Over the past 3 days, I really needed to hear what you just said. I'm an extremely strong individual, and I don't really go through or experience a lot of chaos in my life. And it's been several years since it's been like that. And with me trying to process it all over the past 3 days, what you said just now hit home for me. I really needed to hear that. And I don't listen to a lot of people, and not because I don't want to, or I'm defined or pushed off like that. Mm-hmm. But I don't take in all advice or all, I don't take in a lot just because I protect my magnetic field. I protect who I am. So I don't absorb a lot. And what you said, it did get through. I just want you to know that. And I needed to hear that.
Yep. And I'm just mirroring you. You know all this. Like you said, you know all this. I'm just serving as a remembrance or a reminder to you. That's all. I'm just mirroring what you already know.
Yeah. And another thing that I was like, okay, I wonder if I need more awareness in situations like, for example, since I just came into the awareness of who I am, I tend to attract other people who are also aware. But sometimes, and people can believe in whatever they want to believe in. I'm not saying that whatever they believe in is wrong or right, none of that, right? Mm-hmm. But sometimes you really have to be mindful and conscious and aware that you don't allow others' imprint of what they believe in to affect your perception. Because you don't want it to put you in a state of confusion when you know the correct answer, when you know the way. You don't want to be confused. And I'm really sharp when I sense confusion. And I'm going to be honest with you, Prosperous. I had an experience where I don't know what that drop noise is. I don't know where it's coming from.
I don't either. I don't know. And make sure everyone stay on mute make sure everyone stay on mute, please.
Is that mine? So I don't know. It's okay. But sometimes you know the story about ancient Kemet and Tahiti and Anubis and Ra and all that stuff, right? Sometimes I can't even talk around the bush. I just have to like just put it out there. I don't know how to talk around the bush, but
I mean, we don't need specifics. We don't. I mean, you don't. I mean, if you don't feel safe, I don't want you to feel like we need to know the details.
Yeah,
we don't need. We don't. You're right. We don't need to the details. We don't. You can speak in generality, hypothetically. All right. Yeah.
So I met a person who believed that the more chaos you go through, the stronger you become. Okay. And they believed that they were here to be a disruptor and to bring chaos and order in this realm. They believed that they were Anubis, that they were Ra, that they were Lucifer, that they were a dictator, that they were all these things. And I remember saying in particular, there's a lot of cortisol going in my body right now, and this is just a little bit too much for me. And this is a little extreme. Like I could tell my body, because I'm not used to going through a lot of chaos, right? So I could tell my body was overwhelmed with the cortisol, because like now all of a sudden my chest was hurting. I wasn't sleeping right. My appetite was messed up. So I'm like, okay, this is not normal for Sienna. And this individual tried to make me believe that if I'm not experiencing chaos, I'm not growing or evolving, because I need the chaos to be strong and evolve. And then so I was questioning, well, do I need chaos?
That's interesting. And when you said disruptor, I remember a gentleman came through here, and he called himself the disruptor, and he would come in here and say different things. But you know what? He had to double back and admit that the disruptor was not where it was at. He actually came and apologized. Cause what? We don't got to go through hell to get to heaven. We don't. Here's the thing. I hear that. So I'm not so familiar with the Kemetic teachings and Tahuti and Ra and all of that. But I have heard people talk about embracing the dark side, the dark side, the dark side, the dark side, this dark side mindset. And the evil spirits and the evil entities, and that there's only God in the world. And there's only one spirit. Now, here's the thing. I can't tell someone what their experience should be, right? That's not my lane. My lane is to figure out what my experience is going to be. And it's going to be whatever I say it is. And so I don't have to live my life according to someone else's standard. I am the standard. And so I know that this person was just reflecting some of your insecurities about your journey. And so you were still looking outside of self. And this person came into your experience to show you that you still didn't really trust yourself. And so now you're going to put your trust in their concept of what your journey should be. Oh, you need chaos. Oh, you need to experience the dark side. Oh, you need to embrace the evil. You need to, have to, must. Only if I choose to. It's a choice. It's a path that we walk, and we always can say, I go the other way. I turn around. I choose this way. A lot of people have this savior mentality, and some people still operate from that dominant, where they try to come to dominate others. But when we see that in our reality, is our reality showing us we still have this control mechanism about us. We still trying to control what's going on out there. And there is no controlling out there. There's only controlling in here, because out there doesn't exist. Out there is just a projection of what's going on in here.
So true.
And so he's just a reminder of, do I really trust me? Do I really know what I want out of this reality? What I want to create in my world? Here's the thing. I heard you use the term protection. I'm going to tell you something, because you are the creator. When you believe you have to protect yourself, you're going to create realities where you have to protect yourself because you believe you need to protect yourself. So guess what? You're going to get proof of needing to use that protection. When you say, I need boundaries, you're going to create realities that's going to prove to you, yep, you need boundaries. That's how it works. You're going to always get confirmation of your beliefs. And I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just saying, just know that's what you're creating, because you're the creator and you always need confirmation of what you're creating. That's why I don't believe in boundaries. Love knows no bounds. Protecting for what? The world is me. So I'm protecting myself from me? Unnecessary. I don't need to be protected from me. The world is always showing me who I am because it's my mirror.
Absolutely.
And so just chop it up to an experience. It's an experience you had to become more aware of what you're creating, and then decide if you want more of it or not. And if you don't want more of it, just change it.
Yeah, I like that. And I like what you said about the thing with boundaries. If you have boundaries, you create more boundaries. So how do you know if you're creating these boundaries, or if this is really what you, if you're just standing on business? Like, for example, if somebody wants you to work for them, but you tell them no because you don't even work for anybody, because you work for yourself, then is that a boundary? Is that you standing on business?
Right. That's a choice. Yeah. I mean, I guess it can be perceived as a boundary, but I wouldn't say that's a boundary. I'm just saying you decided that you're not an employer, you're an entrepreneur, you're not an employee. That's not a lane that you're choosing. Why would you think that saying that, why would you perceive that as a boundary? Because it's not about what I think it is. It's about what you think it is. Because I wouldn't call it a boundary, but it's
The reason
how
why
do
I
you
perceived it
think
as
it
a
is?
boundary is because with me being in that, operating out of that place of just honesty and transparency, I didn't know that those words, when I said, I don't work for anybody, I work for myself, and I don't want to be your employee. Now I could see if you wanted to do like a collaboration, or if you wanted to work jointly on something. But this person was like, no, I want you to make me money. I would never do that. I was like, do you need help financially? Do you need help like figuring out a game plan? If so, we can talk about that. Like, I can potentially give you the funds to go and maybe get a team to help you create this circle of whatever you're trying to do. But me personally, would I work for you, like bring you money, not myself? No, I will never do that. And having those words, listen, y'all, listen, saying those words literally put me in a situation that could have been life or death.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So that's why I'm like, whoa.
All right.
That could have been life or unalive. Oh, hold on, how did we say that?
Right.
It was a whole new experience for me.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that. I've never seen something like that.
I can imagine. I could imagine, but I hear what you're saying. Again, I'm gonna go back to the place of, because you're saying you need protection, you need a protection. Do you see what I'm saying? In your reality, you say you need to be protected. So you created an experience where you would need to be protected. Because many people tell others, Yeah, I don't work for people. I work for myself. And then that's the end of the story. Ain't no more conversation. There's no back and forth. The person accepts what you said because that's something that you know to be true for you. And you don't have to prove it or be validated outside of what you're saying. And so that's the end of the conversation. But in this particular instance, that wasn't the end of the conversation. Now it's like, I don't feel safe. And since I don't feel safe, I don't feel safe. And again, I don't want it to come off like, again, that it's because it's not. This does get a little sticky when we're saying that we are the creator. And it's how accountable do you want to be for your creation? Because to me, it's empowering to know that you created it, because you know you have now the power to recreate it. And so now, when you think about what happened, you have to say, well, actually, this didn't happen. When I told this person that I don't work for other people, that was the end of the conversation. Because if you can convince yourself that the conversation ended there, your life has to reflect that. That the conversation went no further than, oh, I said I don't work for people, and that was it. However you were, wherever you want that conversation to end, where before you did not feel safe, you make the conversation end there. And every time you think about it, that's where the conversation ended. Oh, yeah, well, actually, I said, yeah, I don't work for you. And they were like, oh, really? Oh, okay, cool. And they were cool with it. And every time you think of it, it doesn't go past that memory. You're creating a new memory. And every time you think of it, it doesn't go past that. You don't have to explain it. You don't have to validate it. You don't have to give a reason. You said you don't do it, and that was sufficient. Conversation never went past that. And just like osmosis is going to become a part of your subconscious, and now your reality is going to have to reflect that back to you. But because you've been rehearsing, I need protection, people are weird, people, for whatever your reason was for protection, whatever you had this reasoning for, now you're going to have to transform that thinking and say, I'm always safe. No matter where I go, I'm always safe. I don't need protection because I'm always safe. Every man is a link in the chain of my good. That's a Florence Scovel Shinn affirmation, and I love it. You say, all things work together for my good, and every man is a link in the chain of my good. And since every man is a link in the chain of my good, can anyone harm me? Can I ever feel unprotected or unsafe? No, because everybody means me good. Yep.
Thank you. I like that.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. And I think this is a reminder for us all, because sometimes we do manifest unwanted things. And we have to remember, we don't have to accept anything, We know we don't have to accept it. Thankfully, you are in a position where you get to change it, right? You get to change the story. You don't have to keep living that old story. You get to tell a new version of it. You get to tell a new version. That's the beauty of it. Yep.
I'm just curious, do you do private coaching sessions or just on here?
Just on here. I just do it here. I tried to do it's something in me just won't. I just can't do it. I tried. I was like, no, I can't do it. I can't do the private coaching. Oh, but you get it all here, so I'm not going to say anything different that I say here. I'm going to say the same thing. And I don't want the details. I don't want the details. I do not want the details. I don't want the details. Details don't matter. You know the details enough to change the story. Just apply the law. Just apply the law. Because it really does work. It really does work. Love on you. Love yourself so much that you don't need to protect yourself from yourself.
You know, I didn't know that was a script that could have been playing in the subconscious, because it wasn't in my forefront. It wasn't in my conscious mind. So, you know, I'm gonna have to think about that one. Do some work around that, because I didn't know that could have been a vibration that's just been playing out.
What was the vibration?
That, you know, like a frequency of me needing to
be protected.
Yeah,
that was one of the first things you said, though, when you started talking. You didn't even realize you said it.
I didn't
that was one of the first things you said.
Oh my goodness.
Yep, that was one of the first things you said. Yep. But you could stay up here. I'm gonna go to the next guest, and then you could chime in again if you want to further discuss. I'm gonna go to Mia. Hello, Mia. How are you?
Hello. Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday.
Happy Manifestation Wednesday. I had to think to see if I had some manifestations. What's been going on? Change at a certain time of the day. Okay. It's been manifesting.
What's that mean? You so silly.
I don't know. I don't know. Life been lifing. You know, I like to look at my mirror and see what my mirror is showing me. And you know, I've been trying to change the language and do some revising of just my own thoughts and stories that I tell myself. And it's so funny, just, you know, my background in psychology, just with my whole major, just I'm so tied to this now because my whole way of thinking is psychological.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so funny because Freud's defense mechanism, they call denial such a bad thing.
Mm.
But denial is a defense mechanism that our mind creates to protect us.
Oh, there's that word again.
So a lot of our defense mechanisms that Freud discussed, like repression, regression, denial is one of the most popular ones.
Okay.
Are ways that our minds protect us, right?
Okay.
And of course, denial has a very negative connotation. Oh, denial is bad. You know, you can't deny reality and get away with it. Even when I lecture on the topic of denial, I have to say that, you know, denial isn't good. Can't deny reality because reality is always going to be there. But
also, that sounds like what we would call delusional. Like saying something didn't happen that did happen. So if you say it didn't happen, you're denying reality. Is that what they're saying?
Well, they would consider revising that.
Okay. Well, that's what we say, to revise it.
But that's what I'm saying. It's so funny that
just the language, just
calls it a negative thing, right?
Oh, like you shouldn't revise it. Like you shouldn't revise it. You should own it and then do what with it? Then do what with it?
Suffer.
Okay, I'm going to say this thing happened that I didn't want to happen. I just got to live with it. And then what? Hope it never happens again?
Okay, so, you know, you can play devil's advocate, right? Mm-hmm. Because people say, like, denial, like, let's do the devil advocate in, like, relationships. Let's say your spouse is cheating on you and there's signs that you're denying and you don't know and you're in denial about what's happening in your life. So you're just living life in bliss, getting cheated on, right? So is it bad if you're in bliss? Because isn't that the point of rewriting the story, so you can go and be happy? Because, you know,
but I guess the question is, what are we revising it to? Being okay with the cheating, or that the cheating never happened?
That is not happening. That, like, let's say someone is these things like, oh, that's not happening. I don't know. That's not real. That's not it. You know, I'm just, because there's
okay, but here's the question. So this makes it sound like we're trying to control another's behavior, and that's something we can't do. We can't try. Okay, I'm not here to stop someone from cheating. I'm here to change my mindset that the cheating would not happen to me, right?
Or how they're affected from it. Like they're trying. Now, I'm not really speaking on them trying to change their behavior, but how they're affected by it. Are they going to be affected by it? Or
but do you want to be happy with the cheating, or do you want to be with someone that doesn't cheat?
Well, I don't want to be with nobody that don't cheat. But
right. But so if the person, I know we're not talking about you. We're talking about, right, this is a hypothetical person, not Mia. When I say you, I'm talking about the hypothetical person. The hypothetical person is saying, because I hear people say, I didn't know that they were cheating. I didn't know that. It just came out of nowhere.
Right.
And you'd be like, really?
Don't nobody cheat that good. Especially
really? Or you were just willfully ignorant. Right? Because here's the thing. Even let's say that there were no signs there for you. This person was so good with it. He always came back at the same time, didn't switch up nothing, everything, but he just so good with it. And then you find something, however you found out.
He ain't good with it then.
I mean, because I don't know how you're blissfully happy that they're cheating, but you're thinking they're not cheating. I don't know how that happens, but okay. But people say that, because I'm not going to say that what they're saying isn't true, right? They're saying, I don't know where it happened. I don't know where it came from. Like, I was believing them. I was trusting them. I believed everything that they were telling me, and it was all a lie. Nothing that they said was true. They told me they were here at work, and they actually 2 towns over. I'm thinking they did whatever they were doing, however they were getting away with what they were doing. You think they went to work and they went somewhere else, right? We have to be honest, though. If most women, even men, would be honest, you believe cheating happens. You just didn't think it'll happen to you.
Right. I'm queen, don't come telling me.
So here's the thing. We have to be honest with our subconscious. We know subconsciously that we believe that people cheat.
Yeah.
You just didn't think that the person would cheat on you. See, so you have to change that mindset to thinking that men are dogs, because that's what it is. So if you think that all men are dogs, they're just gonna cheat, and by some whimsical way, your man just ain't gonna cheat on you.
That means you next. If you think all men are dogs and all men cheat, you're next.
And when you talk to somebody, when you find out, oh yeah, I do say that all men cheat. Oh yeah, but not mine. No, is your man not all men? How your man get out of the all men category? All men is all men. Mm-hmm. So I know for me, I had to stop saying all men cheat. I had to stop thinking that I had to be, no, since I'm faithful, I'm going to find someone that matches my faithfulness. Because I get who I am and what I believe. And so I don't believe all men cheat. Once upon a time I did. And guess what? I kept dating cheaters. Duh.
You get what you are, don't you? You a cheater believer.
No matter how much I didn't want it to happen, no matter how much I didn't want to see the forest for the trees, I subconsciously believed they wouldn't be faithful.
But women who think that all men aren't faithful be the main ones searching for the red flags, and you're gonna find them all. Where's Waldo? He right there. You looking. You always looking. You're gonna find it. That's the point of looking. It's reinforcing. You ain't never look for nothing you didn't want to find. I don't. It's not fun.
Yeah, you have to do that deconstructing of the beliefs you hold that you don't want to experience. You have to change those beliefs. You have to do that's the inner work. That's the self-concept Neville Goddard talks about, right? He said, don't try to change the person, change yourself. Because the person's just going to reflect you. So change your beliefs. When you change your beliefs, the world confirms the beliefs, the change you've made about your beliefs. That's how it works. The mirror is going to show you what you believe to be true. You can deny all you want to. The proof is in the pudding. When it manifests, boo, you did it. It's a reflection of you.
Don't go looking in that man's phone. You're going to find something stinking nasty. The men's is nasty. Don't go look and get your feelings hurt. Because that's what you went looking for. Let me go look through his phone and hurt my feelings today. That's what you're going to do. What you doing that for? You're going to look through that phone and get your feelings hurt because men is nasty. Even if he's very faithful, he's still faithfully nasty. He still might have a screenshot of a big old booty in his phone. And it got nothing to do with me. But he might have just ran across a big old booty and he's like, I'm going to keep that. You know, and you just gonna make yourself mad looking through his phone. Look, you look through my phone, you might think I'm a little nasty.
That's what I'm saying. Women don't be looking. Women looky-loos too, right? Women are looky-loos too. Like, why we acting like this is a one side of the field? Like it's on both sides of the field. Stop playing. Everybody looking. Like
look
what?
In that hidden folder. Don't look in that hidden folder. Don't be trying to put that hidden folder on my face in the middle of the night. You're gonna get your feelings hurt in that hidden folder. Don't look in that hidden folder.
Oh my goodness.
See what happens when I come up here. But yes, so I've been manifesting just to see the reflection of who I am. So I've been going through like not being seen and trying to change that. Like I'm not seen, no one sees me and all this stuff. And, you know, changing how I think. And it worked. I'm telling you, I keep doing it. And it's like an ongoing process with manifestation because, you know, it's just like you're building your world as it goes. And some days where my thinking is off and I'm in this ruminating thought in my mind about life and I'm just like, ooh, I'm like droopy. Life be looking real droopy. And I get droopy back at me and I be like, damn, let me change this up. And I think people treat you how you treat yourself. For sure. And that's the part I think a lot of people forget. People think there's an award for you going over and beyond for others and leaving yourself behind. Mm-hmm. And most people that do that are very resentful because there ain't no awards for doing that. You just be tired, physically tired, looking mad. There is no reward. You like when I see someone going over and beyond for everyone except for some, I see someone who don't really love themselves. Because you got to go in for you first. And I just made a pact to myself that I'm not giving nobody 100% but me. It's hard to give anything 100% when you think about it. These jobs be like, give 110%. You're not even getting 100. You lucky you don't get 80% out of me. You're going to get just enough that I need to keep my job and do a good job. And that's it. You know, so I go over and beyond for me. And, you know, that's just across all parts of life.
Yeah. And so I'm going to push back a little bit and say, everyone is you, though.
Yes.
So if you're giving 100% to another, you're actually giving the 100% to you because they are you.
But the other can't be the church, though.
You said other can't be the church. You silly.
I ain't giving 100% to the church because I got a lot of refunds. I've been putting my little
Well, you don't even associate with the church anymore, so they're not even part of your reality anymore. So that doesn't even that isn't even they're not even in the equation.
I've been putting $2 in that little tithing envelope since I was like 8.
Here's the thing: where people get caught up with the giving to another, right?
Yeah, you giving abundance.
They're looking for validation. If you're doing it to be seen, you're not doing it for self. Because when you do it for you, who you're looking to validate you other than you, right? So when you see the world as you, and anything you do is coming from the heart, you don't need the glory. Your expression is glory enough. Because you're doing it from the heart. You're not looking for a thank you, appreciation, or gratitude, because then you wouldn't do nothing for a lot of people. Because some people just not going, you got to be okay with not getting a thank you or not being shown appreciation or gratitude when you're doing it because of who you are, not because who you're assuming they are. Because it's who you are assuming they are. They are what you assume them to be. So if you're giving it to someone that you already assume is not going to be grateful about it, then why are you giving it to them? Because you're really just showing that you're ungrateful.
Exactly.
Because what you see in another, you actually what? See in yourself, or else how would you see it?
Exactly.
You couldn't see it if it wasn't in you.
And it makes so much sense because, and this is how I am, and it may sound funny, but when you give in abundance, there's really no room for resentment. And I'm like the type of person, like, I love to help people, but don't be asking me now.
Right, that's how I am. I'll give you money, but don't ask me for the money.
Right, it ain't the same. Like, let me help you when I want to help you.
Yeah.
Help you when my help is abundant.
Yeah.
But I'm feeling like I got time and energy and extra to help you. Don't come asking me 11 times to help you. It's not abundant right now. Chill.
Yeah.
It ain't fun no more. I'm resenting you. You asking me too many questions, right? So I like, you're supposed to do it in abundance so you don't resent it. And people be going over and beyond at work for these people who don't give a damn and then be mad. What you mad for? Be mad at yourself. Be mad at yourself. Because no one asked you to do that. And if they did, you should have made up a lie. No, I got kids at home. His name is Simba.
Right. Yeah.
I will make up a lie to get out of here. Don't ask me to do nothing after a certain time. I have a life to live. And sometimes when you're single or you don't have kids, they think you have all the time in the world. No, I have a whole lot of extra time to do exactly what I want to do. Mm-hmm. And it ain't doing extra work. Mm-hmm. And, even though, being a person who works multiple streams of income, they're going to be easy. Them streams are going to be as easy as possible. As soon as that stream get a little bit to work, I don't want it no more. Mm-hmm.
Light and easy. Light and easy.
Light and easy. Light and easy. And I tell my young college students, and I love those little young, what are they? Generation what? What are young people?
Some are Z's and alphas. Well, my son, I know my grandson's an alpha.
Them young ones,
they probably college students, probably the Gen Zers.
They ain't gonna. Once we dead and gone, this earth is doomed. They ready to revolt. They're ready to revolt. They are ready to go. I tell them all the time, life is not supposed to be hard. You're in school, get your degree, but don't give all your life to your careers. Enjoy life, live your life, make your money, spend your money. I was filling out my benefits and talking about who to leave this to. Leave it. I ain't leaving nothing else. Matter of fact, cremate me. It's cheap. Don't leave nothing. You don't even got to buy me no suit for the casket. I ain't leaving nothing behind. Leave what behind? No.
I heard
Spend
that.
It all. Spend it all.
I heard that.
Spend it all. So yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So just manifesting is just making sure that I stay with my eyes stayed on the path of my desires and paying attention to what I want, talking about what I want, not falling into the trap of just talking about negative things and what I don't want, thinking about the negative outcome of the things that I want. Mm-hmm. I mean, and romantically, like an old high school friend, He looked like Black Jesus Moses. I'm like, I done deconstructed, and Black Jesus done came into my life. He fine though. He got long locks too. He wasn't as fine in high school. He is fine. He done been to the military and everything. He's fine as hell.
Okay.
But so I guess I haven't manifested him. I don't know. But I don't know. I don't know. I manifested Black Jesus.
He's so silly. All right now. Somebody said, you know. Mr. Ronnie said, you know. He up here on the panel too.
hey, whatever I did, come on now, Black Jesus. We deconstructed, but you know, a little fictional character never hurt anyone. A little Christ consciousness. All right. So yeah, that's it. So I'll be back with more to tell later.
Okie dokie. Thank you. Go ahead, Sienna.
Oh, with what?
Oh, you were unmuted. I thought you wanted to say something because you were unmuted.
I'm just laughing at her when she said she manifested her Black Jesus.
I know.
Because you know, I'm still, and I like everything she said too. How she's just focusing on what she's really manifesting, and you know how she's manifesting as a reflection of herself. To look at herself. Because with that being said, when I look at the situation, I'm over here thinking, well, dang, how did I manifest a pimp? How did this happen? Like, okay, I gotta get to the bottom of this. Because,
right. So what are your, so not that you have to tell us, but like think about actions. What are your real beliefs about men? Like, what are your real beliefs about men? Because that's how they show up in your life.
So, and that's a good question because I've only been in a relationship twice in my entire life. Okay. And I'm only 33. So that first, all of my 20s, from 19 to 20s, I was with one person until he departed. And then recently I dated someone and they were completely opposite. Okay. Completely opposite, like night and day. So I'm not sure if I have enough to even, enough experience with multiple people to even say what are my beliefs, but my beliefs from the first person, it was a very beautiful experience. So I thought like there were so many beautiful people out here in this world like that person. And I still believe that, you know, but I'm trying to figure out how I manifested someone who taught me a lot about finances, how to invest, someone that built my portfolio, someone that allowed me to explore what I like, my creativity, without losing myself in the process or without absorbing them in the process. So it was like a very free feeling relationship that I was in. And I'm going back to what Mia said, what Mia was describing. I'm trying to figure out how I go from manifesting that to manifesting someone that has seriously how can I say this on TikTok? A pimp and can I say the H and a P and H mentality, right? So I'm like, that's a good question.
Yeah, and then it could, because it also ties into self-concept, right? Like your thoughts about men in general, because I'm not talking about your specific relationships you had, your general consensus about men. Like what is your general beliefs about them, as well as how does your self-concept tie into that?
You know, when I said the word protect and how it was playing out in the background, when I think about men, one of the narratives that I've been carrying is that men are the protectors. So, and when I think about it, I've been carrying this belief for all my life. And it makes me realize I'm not going to leak my power into saying that a man is here to protect me when I don't need protection from anything. So this awareness really has made me think about a lot of things different. I'm so glad I popped on here today. I really am, because I would have, I wouldn't have seen it from that angle that I've been carrying that protector default narrative for years. So when I didn't feel protected in a situation, it played out as something that I was perceiving as traumatic. Very eye-opening. But I wonder if I did have to manifest this pimp. Listen, he really wasn't a pimp. But
I know what you're saying. Yeah, we know. We get what you're saying.
Tell me, I was studying something for my clients, and I was studying something, and he was like, instead of watching that documentary, you should watch a documentary on the P and H. I said, why? He was like, it would just give you a better concept of how this world operates. He was like, I was like, why do you say that? I was like, do you think you're a P? And he said, oh, absolutely, I'm the ultimate P. And I was like, you mean as far as like having people on the block? He's like, no, not necessarily on the block. But I was like, well, I don't understand what you're saying. He was like, just watch the documentary. And I was just, he was like, here, I'm gonna send you one. And I turned it on. I couldn't get through the first 4 minutes.
Oh, wow.
I had to turn it off. But I was
and so you say he studied like comedic.
Yeah, he used to do magic when he was younger. So he did magic. He used to perform all over the world for doing magic. So he kind of rose to fame doing magic.
Okay.
But he was like, Sienna, there's only 8 magic tricks. And to be a master at life, to be your own God at life, you have to understand magic.
Okay.
And he was like, you have to understand perception and how to be a great what do you say? I think it's something like you have to master deception.
Okay.
I was like, well, isn't magic manipulation though?
That's what I was going to say, because it's here's the thing with consciousness. Consciousness isn't judging anything as right or wrong, right? But we can use this truth for manipulation. We see it happening in our world all the time, right? Because this law is psychological. And the only way one can really manipulate is the other can't know who they really are. When you know that you're God and you stand in your God state and you're not looking for validation or looking to be protected or looking to be validated, then you're not, you won't be in that place where you can be manipulated, right? But anyone can fall into, because have you ever read Dr. Joseph Murphy's book, The Power of Your Subconscious Mind?
Yep.
Yeah, where he talks about the auto suggestion, what do you call it? Hetero suggestion. Right? So it's either you giving yourself commands or someone else doing it. And so it sounds like this guy wants to be the one that tells other people how to think. So he's all about overpowering someone, being domineering, dominant, right? That is a way. Can't say that's not a way. You have to decide if that's going to be your way.
And so that's not my way. That's not how I choose to. I believe in coherence. He doesn't believe in coherence. So I believe in coherence. I believe in balance. And so at first, this person was convinced that he was like, I had you under hypnosis at first. I was like, I don't think so. And he was like, no, I did. And then he was saying that, so long story short, we clashed. I would say the last we clashed because I wouldn't adopt his way of thinking.
Right, because you know
and
who
when
you
I
are, right?
When I rejected it, he got extremely volatile. Like when I mean volatile.
Yeah, because if he couldn't manipulate the mind, what was he going to do? Manipulate the body. He was going to use force. But that's because you know the power of your mind all is mental, all is mind. All you had to do was create a different reality. And he has to come subject to your, because remember, he has no power unless you give it to him.
Right.
And the only way he would have had power over you would have to be afraid of him. You would have had to be in fear.
So I wasn't afraid when he was saying, that last day, you guys, that I was there. I'm at home safely now in Cali, but that last day that I was there, he knew that I wasn't subjecting myself to his, to the narrative that he was trying to feed me verbally and mentally, right? So when he realized that wasn't working, he escalated to the fear tactic, like.
Yeah,
he escalated.
But all of this, the core was you thinking you needed protection, not operating in a God state, knowing does God need to be protected from anything? If God be for me, who can be against me? Who can oppose the good, the God? There's no opposition to good. It's only opposition to good. Right, right. There's only opposition to good. You have to create that. You have to create the evil. Good isn't created. Good is. God is. The only thing that's created is evil. Because evil is thinking in opposite of good. You have to think less than yourself. You have to see yourself as right. Because if you're saying a man is your protection, in some way you're saying you're lesser. So I need a man. I need a man to protect me. So somehow the man is more superior, and somehow you're lesser because I don't have a man to protect me. Then what? So where does my protection come from? So where does your protection come from if a man isn't protecting you? Where do you get that protection?
From himself.
So did you need a man then?
No, absolutely not.
There you go. There's the answer.
It showed me everything.
There's the answer.
Absolutely not. And when I think about it, I protected myself through that entire.
Because he actually came in as a protection, as your protector. He came in playing the protector now. He's going to be your PIPMP, right? PIMP. He's going to be your protector. Isn't that what a PIMP is? Don't they protect? Not that they not, using force to do it, but they definitely coming in as the enforcer, right? And here's the thing, when it does abundantly, exceedingly more than we can ask or think according to the power within us, we think it's all good. No. You will get, your life is, because we say a mirror, but it's really a magnified mirror. It's not only a mirror, it magnifies. That seed can come back 30, 60, or 100 fold. See, the thing is, we don't get to say how the thing we're believing in expresses itself. Now, just like you can't think about how the good is going to show up, you can't think about how anything you believe is going to show up. You get to determine if it's good, bad, or ugly, traumatic, horrific, an atrocity. You get to decide what that is. You get to label it. You get to categorize it. You don't get to say how it manifests, though. So I'm sure in your wildest dreams, you had never tried to manifest that.
Never.
Right. That wasn't on your to-do list.
Not at all. It wasn't on my to-do list.
But your to-do list was, I need protection. And I need a man to protect me. That was on your to-do list.
And don't fall for false illusions of protection. Oh, wow. Don't fall for the false illusions of anything. Everything that you want, you are.
Yep. Like Kevin said, he was given the illusion of your protector, right? Because there's really no protector outside of you. There's no cause outside of you. This was just a play that got played out. You wrote the script. You casted the role. He played the role. Now you got to recast the role. Write a different role. Write a different character. Go back to your script. Change the narrative.
I like that. It all makes sense. It does.
Yep. Yeah, you heard, and Neville tells us he reminds us we're the author, the producer. This is your production. We're the producer, we're the author, we're the director, and we are the star. Main character. Were you being main character in this movie? Be honest.
The whole time I was a main character.
Or were you supporting character?
I believe the whole time I was the main character.
All right.
You had said something when people can't get through to you mentally or emotionally or both, then they result to physical. Why is that?
Not that I'm not going to say that happens in every situation, right? It was in this situation because you believed in protection, and protection shows up in all forms, right? And normally when you need protection, that usually turns into a physical thing, does it not? Because why would you need protection? In your mind, what did you think could happen to you that you felt a man could be the only thing that could protect you? What do you feel that was going to harm you, that it would take a man's strength to do it as opposed to yours? Are we not thinking physical?
Oh, wow.
Because you think you needed physical protection. Not that you didn't say that you need emotional protection and all of that, but you also felt like you needed physical protection too. Like, I got my covering, I got my, somebody tried to step to me wrong, my husband or my guy would handle that. Not that it necessarily has to come physically to blows, but it could come to that. And if it did come to that, I know my man could handle that. But why we want to create situations where a man needs to be fighting for me?
Absolutely. Somebody in the comments said he was protecting you from yourself. Listen, he really did say that.
Wow, he said that too. See, there you go. Yep. Kevin said, yep, the unwanted needed your attention, your energy to survive. Yeah, this doesn't manifest without your attention to it. Yeah. Attention is the sap of life, which, scientifically, though, they would say vibration and frequency. I like focus and attention. I prefer that terminology over vibration and frequency. They mean the same thing, but I say your frequency is what you frequently see. That is your frequency.
Then he said in the comments, how you gonna pimp me? I'm gonna pimp myself. Listen. So many other words. In my mind, I was thinking, now, why would I work for you and make you money, but not work for myself and make me money? I didn't say that to him, but that's what I was thinking in my head. Like, why would I do that? It didn't make no sense. Yeah. I'm like, I don't even work for nobody now. Why would I be your employee today?
Right. Oh my goodness.
My brain did not. It was. Listen, I had to do a double blink. You know how you're thinking? Are you like, this person can't be serious? Especially if you're making more than that person already. Why would you stop doing what you're doing to make that money?
Like I said, he was gonna protect you first, so he was coming to enforce the rules, girl. He was gonna lay down the law. Oh my goodness.
I needed this. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. So we're gonna go to ATL crew. Hello, Mr. Ronnie. I have someone on YouTube. They're naysaying everything I say. No. Life is reality, not a movie. We can't control what is. We can only control our thoughts, speech, and action and reaction. This is the only life we have. This is the only life we have, and no second chances after this. Right. So why wouldn't you create the reality you want to experience? Why are you gonna sit idly by and just let life happen when you actually can control what happens? You can decide what life will be. Since you're saying this is the only one you get, why wouldn't you do everything you could to manifest the reality you want instead of letting life just show you what it wants to give you? Hello, Ronnie. Mr. Ronnie, how you doing?
Hello, Queen. Hello, Miss T. I had made up my mind I couldn't miss today. I had to come up on the panel today. And the reason I had to come up on the panel today is several reasons. One, the last couple of lives that you have had has been outstanding. To me, you resorted back to some of the things that I first saw in you when I first started following you, how you would just, better words on my side is knock people out. So the other day, yesterday in particular, you had two guests that you just kind of ate up. One of them stayed on the panel and you had knocked him out on the ropes. And then Kevin, you brought Kevin up and Kevin saw that he was punch drunk and Kevin just knocked him completely out of the ring. He had to get off the stage. So I saw how that played out. That was just magnificent on your part. On your part, as you always do, you always say, "Okay, Kevin, come on aboard." I mean, you do it all the time, and sometimes you don't have those guests who are so dogmatic about what they believe in. So Kevin come on, he just give his spiel, but yesterday Kevin came up and said, "Hey, are you just being a dick?"
Not in those words exactly, but yes. Contrarian. He used the word contrarian. You're using dick, but okay. Oh my goodness.
But you know, you just shows your wisdom. No. Let me back up. You showed your love. I'm always gonna remember you as love. It's just the way you do things out of love. Now, the other reason I had to come up, again, you and Kelvin, it was Latoxa. You guys said, okay, Latoxa came on and told you what she had manifested. And you guys said, oh, I saw this. And Kevin said, yes, and I saw this. And it came forward. I said, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I said, let me tell them what I've been trying to manifest so they can see it in their dream as well as I can see it in my dream. So we can bring this thing to,
fruition, right? Full circle. All right.
Right. So let me go on and lay it on you. So some of your guests may not know, I'm 76 years old. So I went into the service, so I'm out of the Vietnam War era. So I did go to Vietnam. So like 2015, I put a Agent Orange claim in to the VA. So I've been working on that claim ever since 2015. And just in the last 2 years, I went ahead and got a lawyer that works on VA claims.
Okay.
So come last December, I took a medical exam and boy, they rushed the medical exam and then they came back with some, I think the first part of January, they came back with some information saying, okay, you need to join the Agent Orange registry. They told me how to do it and everything. So I went ahead and I went through and the lady said, oh no, you've been on the Agent Orange registry ever since 2015. I'm like, wow. What are they talking about?
I know,
So
right?
it's sort of one of those what you call them kind of letters, generic letters they send. So my youngest daughter, which is 40, has been working with me very diligently on this matter. And so I'm saying, okay, we've been working on it with the lawyer for the last 2 years. I had been working on it myself and my wife from 2015. And to come to find out that, the VA really don't want to deal with individuals.
Okay.
They carry you through a loophole and everything. And so that's why we ended up getting a lawyer.
Okay.
And so that's where and finding you and reconstructing, destructing. I've got that mindset. I already know it is done.
Yes.
I know it's done. Now, why it haven't hit my bank account or why I haven't got the rating from the VA.
But see, that's the part you have to leave out the story.
Right.
You got to leave that story out. So
yes,
right.
I
So
leave that out.
right, leave that part out. Don't tell that part. So like you're saying, the toxic. When she was telling us about the story, she was like, "This is what she was saying. Oh, I know it's mine. I can see myself.
Right.
This job fits me perfectly. I know, she's like talking about all the different certificates and everything that she had, and she knew the people, and she would tell the people, like that. She's talking as though it's already hers. So that's how we want you to talk. When you tell us the story, talk as though it's already yours. Like, everything is working out. I know I put in a claim. It's happening. They're about to cut that check. Talk from that place.
And that's what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm doing. And so when I heard yesterday that she had spoken to you and Kevin, and I'm like,
Yeah. I don't know why I dreamed of, but I did dream about it. I don't know why I dreamed about her, because I don't think I've really dreamed about anybody on the platform before. I've been doing this for it'll be 2 years this summer. And she's probably the first person I've dreamed about from this platform. Yeah, that was interesting. Because it's not like I didn't knowingly go to sleep saying, "Oh yeah, she." We were just listening to what she was saying, and she was so excited about it. I guess me and Kevin were just so excited with her because of the way she was telling the story and how she was like, "I know this is mine," and then previously, I think she had went for another position prior to this one that she got. Right. And how she was saying that she didn't really interview well from her perspective, but then she decided to revise it and say that she actually did do a really good interview. And even though she didn't get the job because the business decided to go another way, the recruiter came back and told her, "Oh no, you actually did a really good job. And if they were going to, go forward, they would have hired you." Right. So that's I think that also increased her faith. And so then when she started, applying for this position, she was like, it met everything because she could just see herself with it. And so I guess we just resonated with it. Right. So not to say that we're not going to resonate with yours, because yes, we agree that this is done, that, you doing whatever you want to do with this money. It's happening. Whatever it is that you see yourself doing with the money, speak from that place, right? Speak from the place of it's already done. Not that you're looking for it to happen, but that it has already happened.
Yes.
And I think Kevin wants to come up and say something, but go ahead, finish.
As you were saying that, I wanted to bring that viewpoint that you mentioned into the conversation. My last doctor appointment in December that the VA, I'll just say it this way, requested me to have. The doctor did a neurology check on me, and he used a tuning fork. I never had that done.
All right.
He used a tuning fork on me, and he did my left side and he did my right side. And with him and myself, I noticed, and he noticed, with the tuning fork on the right side, it didn't do what was expected like it did on the left side. My left side, I don't have the neurology, but on my right side, it does. And I just felt so good about the examination. And he finished the examination, and he hurriedly got it over to the right people. And I did get a response from that. So I already knew. I said, this was a great medical examination. It wasn't one of those ones where you're like, I don't know. It was just, I just felt good about that particular examination from the VA. So I already know, and I already have the confidence that everything is good and everything is there. I can see it. I can see the money. I can see my trip to Paris with my grandson. So I see all of that.
Yes.
I see all that. But when you and LaToxic and Kelvin all said, wait a minute, LaToxic, I dreamed about that. And Kelvin said, yeah, and I da 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 da. I'm like, wait a minute, let me tell them.
I know that's right. I know that's right. I know that's right.
Tell them my story.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the end of the VA conversation. So you know, I told you I teach tennis. So I had a student. Her father was paying me. Well, all of a sudden, her father got maybe $200 behind, and then he stopped communicating with me and stopped bringing her to practice. And I said, okay. I always let the parents as well as the student, depends on the student, because I do teach adults as well. I always let them know I'm doing this because I love it. Not because I need the money, but I'm not turning the money down, but I love it. So I tried to get him to understand that. So he stopped bringing his daughter to practice. And I'm like, okay. I thought he understood me better, but he doesn't. And so Sunday, he called me and told me we want to come back. And he's going to give me $100. I'm like, okay.
Okay.
Because I said, okay.
Okay.
You know, so that was my manifestation for, we'll say, this week.
Yes.
So I have all kinds of stories, but that's the one I want to.
You do. I enjoy them too. I enjoy them. They be awesome. Go ahead, Kevin. Then we'll go to Keith. I know Keith. Thanks for your patience. We're gonna let Kevin talk to Mr. Ronnie. Then we'll come to you.
Right. How you doing, Mr. Ronnie?
Kevin.
Brother.
It's a pleasure just to hear your voice. I mean, you just got that special Baltimore voice.
Yep, that be more. Yep.
Yeah.
So, what you're going through, I just successfully went through a similar situation. So, I want to share my manifestation story so you can really embrace that this thing that you are manifesting is already yours. I had to go through a particular examination through the hoops or whatever, and they had me waiting, for an undetermined amount of time. And my dad or stepdad, who plays a role in my reality as the negative reflection of doubt in me, if I'm saying that correctly. Not speaking against him, he's playing the role that I assigned him. And he gives an Oscar-worthy performance every single time.
Wow.
I mean, he's a true thespian, right? So while I was going through this thing, he calls me and asks me, what is my plan B? Meaning, what am I going to do if this thing doesn't work? I said, oh, let me let you know what my plan B is. And he was all ears perked up. I said, my plan B is my plan A.
Yes, yes.
There is no plan B.
Right.
Why does God need a plan B for if things don't work out the way God says it's going to work out? It's futile because I'm going to have whatever the Frank I say I have.
Okay.
So, and I don't care about the time because it's always underscore on time.
Yes.
Time wraps around me, is subject to me. I'm not subject to it. And all things work together for my goodness.
Yes.
They always do. They can't help but work out for my goodness because they serve me, not me it. There is no circumstances that doesn't serve me. They all serve me because I'm all there is. That's why I said the negative doubt part is represented through a person that's in my circle. I don't have to convince them or get them to validate my belief. They're just playing the part I assigned them. Well, I say, good job.
That's it.
I don't have to get mad at them. I say, good job.
That's
So
it.
you on point. You're going to keep that role until I give it to someone else.
Until I write you out to play.
Right, until I write you out to play. Or change the play altogether. Till you no longer serve me.
Mm-hmm.
Because everything serves me.
Yes.
Meaning I don't need to react. I'm the cause.
Yes.
So I love that story, Mr. Ronnie.
Yes.
I love this experience for you. Because you already understand the end of the story is you having what you intend to have.
Yes. And that's
you already have it. They have to, everything has to bend around your desire.
Yes.
Everything has to. It has no choice. It has no will outside of your will. The VA, the government, the federal government, none of that has power. They must obey your will. Your words will never come back void.
Right.
Somebody say, clock that.
Say, clock that. That's it. Period.
I am so happy for you, Mr. Ronnie. I really am. I really am.
Thank you, guys. And I didn't mean to leave A-Town out. I just want to holler at A-Town because, you know, he's part of the he's bigger. He's part of the family, and I just want to let him know. I want to acknowledge him too. You guys, you, Latrice, Neil, you guys just has a great awareness of being woke, and it's just bringing me into that family. And that's why I wanted to come up and tell you about the VA plan so I can be there in Chicago with you guys. I know you're saying September, but maybe it'll change to the summer months, but we'll see.
Yeah, everybody voting. They voting for the September. I don't think any other months have a vote. I think all the votes are September.
Does that have anything to do with Earth, Wind, and Fire?
I don't know.
I know Kevin know about Earth, Wind, and Fire September.
Oh, what you talking about? I love me some Earth, Wind, and Fire.
I
We're just listening to it today.
There you go, Toyia. I mean, Toyia.
What never was a cloudy day.
When you talk about a woke group, that was a woke group.
It was.
And actually, I have a friend whose uncle was a part of that group.
Whoa.
She actually,
wonderful.
She actually, she's an actress. She's been on like The Shy. She's had like like small roles or have you.
Sure.
The Chicago PD. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. But her uncle was a part of that group. Yeah.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's probably one of my favorite group bands.
Oh wow, nice. Okay, we're gonna go to thank you. It's already done. You got it. You're gonna be with us in the Shy. Come on through.
Yes,
Come on
yes.
with it. Yes. All that in a bag of chips, as they say. Y'all know that saying, right? Y'all that in a
Right.
bag of chips.
Yeah. What a t-shirt.
I know, right? All right, Keith, Mr. Keith, you can unmute. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, no. I was just enjoying the conversation. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yep. I can hear you.
I was just enjoying the conversation. I was just checking out the moniker of the Manifestation Wednesday. So,
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to the stories that were being told. So,
Yeah.
it's just, and I heard you interject on one where they were supposed to be receiving something and they were about to start trying to figure out where it's going to come from. And like you said, Don, don't even worry about that.
Mm-hmm.
Just know it's coming.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, just know it's already here.
Yep. It's already done.
So, because like I say, my manifestation, so many manifestations that happen, and it don't take much. It just take the mind and the heart lining up and be serious about it, and it'll manifest itself. So,
Yes. Yes. You have any you want to share with us?
Oh yeah. Well, I'll tell one. I'll tell one. I was in the county jail. Okay, and it was summertime, and they gave us these boots and these insulated hats to wear outside because we were called the road crew. So that means we were on the road a lot. And so I got back to the barracks. And I'm like, Lord, we're going to have to get off this right. We got to get off of this. I don't know how we're going to get off of this, but we're going to get off of this. All right. So that weekend came. And so I'm asking guys, I'm like, hey, man, how can you change jobs? I mean, I can, come work inside somewhere. And they said, man, you got to talk to Sergeant Everett. I said, Sergeant Everett? They said, yeah. I said, what how I'll do that? Well, he comes in from 7 to 3. I'm like, what? Wait a minute, that ain't going to work. Because when we go on the road crew, we leave out at 6. And when we come back, it's 5. Okay? So I got no way to see him, but I had prayed before that weekend. And that Monday came, and they had me scheduled to go to the infirmary. All right, so I went, and they gave me my blood pressure pills. That's the only thing I've been taking all my life. So anyway, I get back, and I'm like, what do we do now? They said, well, the road crew is out on the road, so just go hang out in the barracks, watch TV or whatever. I'm like, okay, cool. So in this process, as I'm getting ready to go start watching television, Sergeant Alvarez comes in. And so I see him. I'm like, all right. I said, excuse me, Sergeant Alvarez. I said, but let me say this first. I'm not no better than anybody in here. I'm in here for a reason. But I need to let you know, I got skills. I do HVAC. I do plumbing. I do electrical. I can do sheetrock. I can paint if you put the brush in my hand. He said, hey, how many slots we got in maintenance? She said, 1. Put Jones in it.
All right now.
So yeah. I was reflecting back on my life, my life period, because my journey started when I was like 11 years old. So I really didn't have childhood, okay? Because my father died. I should have said I'm alive when I was 11 years old. And so the police officer came in and he said, well, you know, you're the man of the house now. So I'm like, man, I'm the man of the house. I got to have a job. What can I do? I said, oh, yeah. And I had a cousin, right? He was actually, like the lady said earlier, he was pimping me. He was taking me out cutting these yards for these people. And he was making the cut. He'd give me, my little money. But in the process, I was learning how to cut grass. Okay. So at 11, I went, and this guy in the neighborhood, he was selling lawnmowers. So I told my mom, I said, look, Mom, I need $20. She said, baby, what you need $20 for? I said, I got to go buy this lawnmower. She said, oh, okay. So she gave me $20. Then I come back, I said, man, I need some gas. So I said, Mama, I need a quarter. She said, what you going to do with a quarter? I said, I need to get some gas for my lawnmower. She said, here you go. So after that, I didn't look back. I'm knocking on the doors. Hey, I cut your grass, blah, blah, blah. Boom, did that. I'm 11 years old, going to 12. 12, got a paper route. All right, me and my cousin had the paper route. All right, the paper route came to the end. We were out collecting. And this guy just came up, right? And so we getting ready to head to our favorite spot, Kentucky Fried Chicken. Because we got the Democrats' money, now we got our money. This guy came up, he said, hey, give me your money. We looking like, because I'm just saying what it is. 12, 13, we about the baddest two cats in the neighborhood, so we like, who is this? You see what I'm saying? Because you already see what age we are, so you already know we about that hustle. You see what I'm saying? So we know everybody else in the neighborhood is hustling. And everybody in the neighborhood is hustling, know us. So, who is this? Anyway, long story short, he took our money. We went to go tell our manager. He said, hey, you guys got the money? Man, we got robbed. Too bad, you lose your route. Boom, lost my route. Okay. Now, I got this dude. He works at a restaurant. He's a chef. He's the head chef. I'm 13. You ain't supposed to be getting in there till you about 15, 16. So I'm 13. He gets me in there. Boom, I'm in there. I'm still in junior high, still going to school. High school, same thing. 17, Air Force. So, but in that same token, in that same path, I've had so many different things to come into place, and the people that I came in contact with, they all played a role in the process of my life. Okay. Manifestation thing, man, I tell you, and one of the most biggest things I had happen, and that's why I tell people, this stuff is real, man. It's real. When I don't know if I ever told you about that, but it's called the lights, right? My lights are out, all right? That's when I was married, okay? I got my wife, 3 kids. We call a light company, hey, we're gonna get your money, we'll get your money, okay? So at that time, I was working for this, because I do HVAC, like I say, so I was doing that type of work for these people. And the people at that time was like Sam Anderson. His son was finna marry Jerry Jones' daughter, okay? So we rolling like that with these kind of people. So I got these kind of people in my life. So I'm reaching out. I'm like, hey, man, I need to call Sam if I get my check. Call. That's the weekend his son and Jerry Jones' daughter were getting married.
And Jerry Jones owns the Dallas Cowboys, just for y'all that may not know who he's talking about. He's talking about Jerry Jones that owns the Cowboys. But go ahead. Dallas Cowboys. Go ahead.
Anyway, can't get a hold of him, right? So I'm like, oh, man. So I'm like, we get home, and I open up the door, and the fish tank, there's no lights in the fish tank. I'm like, oh, man, I know what time it is. So I got my wife and my 3 kids coming in behind me, right? So I don't know something just came over me. I just went upstairs. And like I say, all that other stuff, I have to tell Jesus a lot. Hey, man, excuse me, I didn't mean to just go over your head and nothing like that. I had to have what I had to have. So, But anyway, I got upstairs, I fell on my knees, and I just said, I need you now. By the time I got now, came out my mouth, I heard my refrigerator pop on. I'm upstairs, but I hear the refrigerator pop on downstairs. And I'm thinking, oh, so my wife downstairs. So she said, hey, Keith, what you do? Now, granted, at this time, I'm the maintenance superintendent at this property, right? So she think I went upstairs and did something. No, all the electrical stuff is outside. Nothing I can do except what I did. All right, so then she go outside. Now, people want to talk about, I seen an angel. Well, you can call her Miss Donna, Miss D. Jones, should I say. Miss Jones, you remember seeing that angel? She'll break the story down for you. But anyway, she went outside. She saw this person walking across the parking lot. By the time she was going to rush out here to thank him because she noticed it had to be the person that had turned our lights on, right? So by the time she get to the end of the parking lot, there's nobody there. No car, no truck, nobody. Gone. So I just, like I said, I've had so many instances, stuff like this, boom, boom, boom. So I just tell people, man, you just gotta know it's just a part of your life,
Yeah.
and you don't really worry about nothing. I mean, because just like you said, whatever's gonna be, and some things be for a reason, and you got to find out the reason why it was being, and it's not something derogatory. You see what I'm saying? Because, like you say, we generate whatever it is that we got coming back at us. Okay, because if you go out, it's just like the thing says. If you want a friend, be friendly.
Yeah.
If you want somebody to smile, smile back, smile. If you want somebody to love, be loving. It's just like that. And if that's not reciprocated, you haven't lost anything. You know what I'm saying? You just keep it moving.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just keep it moving. So, but that's all I got to say.
Oh, thank you so much for sharing. Oh my goodness. Manifesting Wednesday. That's what we love about this community. That's what we love. We get excited for others, right? Because everyone is you pushed out. So, if you can't be excited for others, then you won't be excited for yourself, right? So be excited for others just as much as you're excited for yourself, because everyone is yourself. I know a lot of times that's hard to hear, especially when we judge things as, derogatory or traumatic or bad or something that shouldn't have happened, or why are they doing this to me, how they're so, however we're categorizing it or labeling it. But at the end of the day, they're just there showing you who you are, right? Your world is just showing you what you've been doing. And sometimes we don't recognize what we've been doing. Sometimes we don't really be paying attention, and that's okay, because we can go back down to that potter's house. We can go back down into the world of imagination, and we can what? Reshape, remold our reality. We're the operant power. And it's whatever you need to do, right? Mr. Keith says he just, hey, God, I need this. Hey, God, you're going to have to fix this. No long soliloquy, no bargaining, no God, if you do this, I'm going to do that. No switcheroo, no sacrifice, no confidence. Just, hey, I need it now. That's all I'll be saying. You don't necessarily have to be all specific. Before you ask, I answer. While you were just speaking, I did appear. You're working with infinite intelligence. But here's the thing. It's infinite intelligence. But here's the thing. If you think you have to be so descriptive, you think you have to dot every I and cross every T, then yes, the script tells you it is done unto you as you believe. So you believe that's necessary. So that's what's going to be necessary for you. The other cat can just be like, yeah, I said before I got it out my mouth, it was done. Before I could fully form a sentence, it was bam. It was, like, I don't know what needs to happen, but God, you need to do something. I don't know what, because clearly I don't know what. We already know that, right? I don't know. So that get to working, get to making it happening. And whatever needs to happen, thank you. But even though we may make it seem like we're talking to a third person, we're actually talking to our own consciousness. Here's the beauty of the law. The law does not care if you think it's happening outside of you or within you. It just requires faith. That's all it requires. It doesn't care if you have little statues, little rabbit feet, if you have a little lucky leprechaun, if you have a 4-leaf clover, if you gotta put it on a piece of paper and burn it in a candle, if you gotta build an altar, if you gotta script it out, if you gotta make a poster board, if you gotta, tap your head on the side 3 times, spin around, touch your nose, hop on one leg. It does whatever you think is necessary to convince yourself That's all that matters. As long as you are convinced. You just have to be convicted of your reality. That's it. You got to be sincere. This is that's what you were hearing from Mr. Ronnie, Keith, Kevin, Latoxi, right? You were hearing their sincerity. When we talk about the manifestations, you heard sincerity. Be sincere. Like when I talked about changing the relationship with my husband, his ex-wife, and I was really thinking about how I was perceiving her, because it was my thoughts it was what I was thinking. I made sure I was sincere. Like I wasn't just saying it just to be saying, oh, well, they said I just gotta say this. I might as well just say it. I might as well just say it. You want to be the person. Because yes, you can get things you just say, but a lot of people that just say things that they get, they normally don't keep them. But the good thing is that you showed yourself that you can bring something into your saying it, because the word is God. But how do you maintain and keep what you say? Be the person that has it. Don't let the thing have you, which is what we're saying. What I'm saying. Don't let the thing have you. A lot of people let money have them. So money is their God. And so they can't do anything that money don't tell them to do. If money say, I need you to do this and for you to have me, they're like, okay, whatever you say, whatever you say, whatever you say. So some people say, I would do anything for money. And then they wonder why they find themselves doing anything for money. And they find themselves in some sticky situations. They go, oh my Lord, why did I don't know. Like TLC. My daughter is a big fan of TLC. And so T-Boz, she has some documentary or something out about, how, her life and how she manifested the group and all of that. And they were talking about, going bankrupt and everything and their financial woes, right? And she admitted that they did things out of desperation. So that's why they ended up in the financial situations that they were in. And I'm always going to tell you, don't do nothing out of desperation. Don't make people rush you into a situation making you think that they the end all be all. And if you don't get on this bus, another one ain't coming. It's a damn lie. Another bus is coming. Another bus is always coming. Another opportunity is out, and it's going to be the right opportunity. I think about the guy, I think that's Jason Weaver. I think that's his name. He did the singing for Simba when Simba was the cub, and how Disney wanted to give him this certain type of contract, and he refused it. He knew his worth, and he got one I can't remember the details of it because it's been a while since I've seen it, but you can look it up because I'm sure it's on YouTube. But he ended up getting a contract that Disney has never given. Especially I think he was young. I think he was still young too. He was still like, because I think his mother was his manager or something like that. I can't remember all the details, but I do remember him saying that they tried to be a little, finicky with that money, and they weren't going. And Disney finally gave in and gave them what they were worth, what they believed they deserved in that contract. And he got one of the best contracts that, at that time that was ever given for someone that had, did something for Disney. You remember that, Kevin? Yep. I know, right? Money can't bully me. Oh, he said, how long have I been in the knowing? Since 2018. Oh, yep. You remember that too? 0120? Yep. Yeah, so you don't have to settle. You don't the people that end up settling, we end up hearing their journey, and their journey usually isn't like something you want to emulate. People that operated out of desperation, people that didn't take time to have their contracts read, and people telling them, because with the TLC, Pebbles was their manager, right? When I forgot who it was. It was another artist that told them about contracts. I can't remember who my daughter said it was, but it was another artist. I think, oh, MC Hammer. I think it was MC Hammer. And he's talking about contracts. And that initiated them to go to Pebbles and say they wanted to see their contract. And that's when she started trying to run game like, oh my, started crying, talking about some, oh my goodness, I can't believe you want to see your contract. I thought you trusted me. I thought, why would you want to see your contract? How would you do this to me? You know that's right. Like, I want to see my contract and you got waterfall? Because I want to see my contract? Like, what you trying to hide? Right? And that's what led them to, that's when they said they went to her office, broke into her office, and they got the contract. And then that's what led them to going to court and getting from underneath her as far as her being their manager and everything. But, and that's why because they had, before it was Chili, it was another girl named Crystal. When they were being presented with the opportunity to go be under that label, they told them they couldn't let anyone else read that contract. They had to sign it then and there. Crystal refused to do it. Crystal was the, so that's why they had to replace her. And that's how Chili got. I remember that. I can't remember if that was like one of those Making the Music type documentaries. I don't know. I don't forget where I saw that. But I remember that's why Crystal didn't, that's why they ended up with Chili. Because Crystal was like, I'm not signing nothing that I can't have looked over. So although she didn't get the fame, because yeah, TLC got the fame, some people just want fame. Fame. I'm gonna live forever. Right? They wanted the fame, but we know they didn't get the money. They were not living, you know, everybody knew who they were. They selling, they the biggest girl group ever selling. They sold more than, you know, the Supremes. They, not until you have those girls from Britain come. Before the girls from Britain, they were the best-selling girl group ever. Until those, what's their name? Tell me what you want in a. You wanna? You know what I'm talking about. They with Posh, the Spice Girls. Not until the Spice Girls, and after the Spice Girls came, of course, they blew everybody out the water. But before the Spice Girls, TLC was the biggest selling girl group. And they had less money than we did. Like, we watching them touring, we're watching them, you know, Left Out breaking it down, how you sell these many sell these many records and do this and have the top selling video waterfalls and still don't have no money. She broke it down for you. The video costs this amount of money. They only give you so many cents on a dollar when you sell it. And they was like, that's the math. That's why we ain't got no money. Ain't that crazy? Because people think that the fame, now I'm not going to say they didn't eventually start making money, right? Like, even like we saw the New Edition movie, right? They had been stars for a long time. Where were they living? They were still living in the projects. They were still living in the basement apartment. They still did. Those boys, it took them forever before they really started making some type of money. But they still didn't make, like, you know, you see they still touring. They're still touring. Bobby Brown can barely even keep his breath, right? I mean, they older than I am. But when they first started, and we seeing them on, because we think because they're on TV, because they're making videos, because they're selling out, we think it's all glamour, glitz and glamour. We don't really know what's really going on. We get these stories years later, or they go bankrupt. We like Tony Braxton, remember? Like, so many of these artists, you think like, damn, they got number ones. They doing videos. You seeing them on the red carpet. You seeing them all in the magazines back in the 90s and the 2000s, right? You just think they living it up. They filing bankruptcy. Because these music industries, they're advancing them the money. And now these folks got to pay it back. And a lot of them, sign very bad contracts. They signing contracts where they got to make 7 to 8 albums. That first contract, they're like 7, 8 albums they got to do before they can get from up under that contract. Like they said, Rihanna, she finally got up under her contract. Now they saying she back in the studio. I believe, right? And they were saying that's why what happened to her happened to her. I don't know if that's why I have, that's conspiracy stuff there. But I don't know why, what happened to her in California, her home, right? But but she finally up under from that, that contract, her contract that she signed, But you see, she made a lot of her money from doing what? Fenty. We don't know if she made a whole lot of money, with her music career. We know they say she made a lot of her money with her beauty products, with that, that's what she made a lot of her money. Kelly Clarkson too. You so no, not been right. Did she marry Birdman? I thought she married Birdman. Ain't she married to him? Oh, but she filed bankruptcy way before. Her bankruptcy was filed back in the 2000s. Yeah, but I'm just saying, not to like these should be cautionary tales, right? They're just to show you, all that glitter ain't gold, and the world tries to sell you fame and fortune, but a lot of times the fortune don't necessarily come with the fame. That ain't always the one plus one don't always be equaling 2. They be having fame, but they don't be having no fortune. They just have the fame. And maybe some people don't know how to, like we say, our words are spell casting, right? We're casting spells. Some people do just be saying, I just want to be famous. And they think just saying, I just want to be famous automatically means you're going to get money. No, they're showing you, no, it don't. Just because you say all I want to do is want to be famous. I just want to tour. I just want to sell music that, speaks to the heart of the people. I just want to. Now you want to take care of your family. You want to, That's why Destiny's Child broke up, right? The 2 girls thought, hey, wait a minute. We ain't getting the same. This stuff ain't being split right. We not being treated. We need to have our own management. And the nose was like, y'all out the group then. They like, y'all gotta go. Y'all don't get to come in and start trying to say that y'all want to be treated fairly. Cause we giving you fame, and they like, but where's the fortune? Cause why couldn't they have their own management? They said, oh, you want your own management? You don't get to be in a group. Cause we creating a star, and you messing up the sauce. You messing up the recipe. This all about Beyonce. I thought y'all knew. Selling their souls. To me, the selling of the soul is what I said. They wanted fame, right? Had they really known, if hindsight being 2020, I'm sure a lot of them would have done some things differently, especially not signing those contracts. Signing, to me, when you do stuff out of desperation and against your integrity, you're selling your soul for fame and fortune when you go against your own beliefs, your own integrity. When you do things from a desperation. That's why a lot of times they go and get people that are really in difficult places, right? They prey on people that are in the projects. They prey on the poor, right? And promise this life, right? Like that guy, I think his name Ray Perlman. He did the Backstreet Boys and NSYNC. and Old Town, they didn't make no money. They had fame too and no fortune. He pretended to be wealthy. He didn't even have a fortune because he had his own label, but his label was under a bigger label. And so he was in a bad deal, and all he did was pass off those bad deals to his ex. And so all the money that was being made was going to the parent company. And so he had the acts, he had NSYNC and Backstreet, because I watched this documentary. I like to watch documentaries because I like to see the mindset, because I know all is mind. All is mind. And how easily we are tricked with our five senses. So this is what he did. He used to sell the blimps, that, like the Goodyear blimps. He used to sell the blimps. And what he would do is that he would get the blimps and then get get insurance on. You have to have insurance on them. And then for some odd reason, those blimps, he would always have to cash in on the insurance. And so that's how he was, propping up his wealth. And then they thought he owned an airplane. So what he did is that he just stood in front of an airplane and took a picture, and then he had model airplanes in his office, but he didn't actually have an airplane. He didn't actually own airplanes. See, we want to, because the mind says, I remember seeing this. I saw this documentary on the what happened in Germany, right, in the 1940s. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Some things I know you can't say here on these apps, but y'all know what I'm talking about, what happened in Germany. And they were talking about how you program the citizens and how you get into the mind of the people. This is what propaganda does. Tell a lie so big that they question. The lie is so big that people believe it's the truth, because the mind goes, well, why would somebody lie about that? Make the lie so outlandish, so big, that you're going to think it had to happen, because why would someone lie about it? And so that's what they were doing over there in Germany. Oh, thank you, A-Town. And so that's what it is. That's why I say faith is not about believing in others. And that's what indoctrination does. It indoctrinates you to trust in others and not yourself. Right? And so people are always, believe me, believe. I'm telling you, if that's what they're selling you on, you believe them, you better run. You better keep your money in your pocket. If they're selling you on trust me, believe me, just trust what I say, just believe what I say, you better keep your money in your pocket. I'm telling you. All that believe me, why you got to believe them? Why they going so hard with you trying to believe them? So all these, they trying to sell you something. They always got some celebrity. And all these celebrities, yes, I've been using it. Oh, I do it. Or I bought into it. Or I invested in it. These celebrities, they are paid advertisers. They are paid advertisers. Like, I know Kevin remembers, and probably Keith does. I don't know if A-Town, he might remember. But some of y'all remember the infomercials of the 90s. I don't know. Some of y'all may be too little for the infomercials of the 90s. But I know Keith and Kevin, you don't need infomercials no more. You got social media. But understand why infomercials were infomercials. Why they happened at night at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Who up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning? Warriors, desperate people, depressed people. They can't sleep. And so that's what they doing. They trying to find solution, and they selling them solutions on the TV. Because people people that actually got a job and actually love their life ain't up at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning watching TV. Can't sleep. So they selling you a remedy for your problems. And it's always flashy. It's always some big extravagant thing. It's always like how our president talks. It's going to be big. It's going to be huge. It's going to be big. It's going to be huge. Don't you want this $10 million house? It works. It works. I tried it for 2 months and I made $10 million. They always have this exorbitant amount of money that they've made. Because we love the flashy thing. We love the dangling carrot in front of us. We like the big old shiny car. We like because it glitter, it must be gold. No, because it glitter don't mean it's gold. Because someone sounds confident and articulate and intelligent. Stop listening to how they say it and listen to what they're saying. See, we get too caught up in the delivery. Oh, they got a nice suit on, or they're standing in front of a multi-million-dollar home, or they're standing in front of a car because you don't know that car was rented. You didn't know that car, that was just in somebody's driveway and they went and stood in front of it. They rented that car for the weekend or for the day. Because you should not be sold on someone else's life. You should be sold on your life. Be sold on the life you want. It's this guy, I forgot how he said it. I know I put it in one of my, I posted it, that if someone's trying to sell you on how to make money, then you're the reason on how they make money. If someone's trying to sell you on how to make money, you're the reason why they make the money. You want to know how to make a business, you know how to do a business, you want to know how to do this? Buy my e-course. It's normally $1,999. You're going to get it for $709. Where does price come from? I know we make shit up, right? I know, like, nobody can tell you the value of a thing, right? And then, intellectual property is really hard to try to, so we can just pull shit out the sky. We could just say, yeah, my courses are worth $5,999. And because I'm standing in front of a mansion, or I'm sitting in a Lamborghini, or I'm on, a beach, we believe that they must be giving us something of value. They're not giving you anything of value. No one else can tell you how to be rich. I need you to understand that. No one else can sell you on how to be rich. Because no two people actualize money the same. No two people. It may be similar. And I'm not saying that you can't mimic someone, but you can mimic them without buying a course. Oprah not out here teaching seminars on how to be the best talk show host. She ain't doing that. Dior, Louis Vuitton, they're not giving classes on how to make purses. People that actually have the money are not selling courses on how to make the money. Jeff Bezos, they not. Elon Musk, they're not selling you courses on how to build empires, how to have a monopoly on corporate. They're not doing that. You're the product. That's it. Yep. This is Kevin. Because I feel like if you just gonna buy courses on business, just go to your local community center, your junior college, and take some courses on business and marketing. Because a lot of these people, they get you in with a free this, and then if you really want to know more, you got to pay into it, and then they only gonna tell you a little bit. Then it's always to know more, you got to buy more courses, and it's a never-ending cycle of, you're in the gold circle. You're in the bronze, then first you're in the free, then you're in the bronze, then you're in the silver, then you're in the gold, then you're in the platinum, then you're in the titanium, and then you're in the the elite, the VIP, and then you're in the elite. Like, it's like the and it's platinum 1, platinum 2, platinum 3. Gold got 5 levels. The titanium got 10. Like, it's going to be forever. You always gonna keep, and then you wondering why this isn't working. But most people probably don't get past the second or third, because after they, the first course, after the first or second, they realize, oh damn, they got me. Just watch. I know A-Town, we were talking about pocket watches, right? I used to watch, I will watch pocket watches. It's another guy too. He talks about, because he did y'all ever heard of Myron Golden? This guy actually had bought into his courses. And so he talks about how, and he gives you like what you need to look out for these people. Not saying that you shouldn't buy courses, right? But if you don't want to be taken advantage of, you're not trying, again, a lot of times, most people are buying these courses because they think it's a get-rich-quick scheme. And ain't no get-rich-quick scheme. There is no get-rich-quick scheme. The only get-rich-quick scheme is that you go to the casino or buy a lottery ticket. Everything else, there's a building upon a thing. It starts small and then it gets bigger. That's how nature is. That's how it works in life. Nature shows you how it works in this reality. It starts as a seed, starts off tiny, and then it blooms or becomes something big. That's why the script tells you to not despise the day of small beginnings. But a lot of y'all despise the day of small beginnings. A lot of people, they want, I thought of it yesterday, I need to be a millionaire today. I just thought about it yesterday. I should have 1 billion sales today. Do you even have the infrastructure in place to sell $1 billion worth of items? Do you even have enough $1 billion worth of items to even sell? Are you even equipped? Like, nobody wants to experience the journey of getting there. Life is about the experience. Like, we're enjoying where our community is right now. It's small, right? But it's a good time. We're having a great time with the intimacy of this platform, right? We're really getting to really understand one another, get a feeling for one another, get to know one another, right? Like, we're building a community. Okay. So you want to say I've been learning to enjoy the ride and know that these small beginnings are preparing. Right. It's just like in the Bible when Elijah, I can't remember, it was Elisha, right? It hadn't rained where the Israelites were for like I can't remember how many years. It hadn't rained for a very long time. And so the prophet prayed for rain. And it was going to rain so much the ground wasn't going to be able to handle the amount of rain that was about to come through. So they had to what? Dig the ditches. They had to dig ditches to make sure that the earth will be able to receive the blessing. Now, do you get stuff you ain't ready for? All the fucking time. We know people get stuff that they're not ready for all the time. So I'm not going to tell you that you can't win the lottery and you really ain't ready for your $100 million. I'm not going to tell you that. Because I don't care if I'm not ready for it. Bring it on, baby. Bring it on, right? Like, who cares if I'll get ready when it comes. But a lot of people that have not prepared their consciousness, their mind to receive that money, that's why we hear they go broke in 5 years. But the question is, like I tell you about, and we know this to be true. The lady that won $112 million, right? She went bankrupt. The question is it better to have loved and lost or to never have loved at all? You decide. Is it better for you to have the money, had experience that you could manifest it, and then lose it? Or is it better for you not to ever have known what that was like and then to lose? Because some people can't handle losing it. Some people, like, they get that taste of money and then they lose it. They don't fare too well. She seems to be in a really good place though, because she said she knows she manifested it once, she can manifest it again, right? But again, there's no wrong or right in there, right? I'm not saying don't ask for stuff because you're not ready to receive it. No, because you want to prove to yourself that imagining really does create reality. And there's no condemnation for the getting of things. Absolutely none. I remember someone coming in here saying that they had got the money and they had to go to therapy to be able to deal with it. About a year ago, somebody came through the chat and say, yeah, I received a large sum of money at one time and did not feel safe with it. Did not feel, but luckily they didn't lose it. They went to therapy to learn how to deal with it. You say you would be pushed into it. You Kevin said, I'm like SpongeBob. I'm ready. I know that's right. Kevin, like, bring it on. I'm here for it. Me too. Like, rain down on me. Right? Rain down on, right? Melodies from heaven. Rain down on me. Rain down on me. Come on. Let it rain. Let it pour. Let it rain. Let it rain. I'm SpongeBob. I'm ready. Yeah, I'm going to soak it up. I'm soaking it all up. Let it pour. I ain't pushing nothing away. Let it go. Yeah, do whatever you got to do. But convince yourself you already have it. You know, I think the reason why a lot of people have a difficulty in receiving their blessings is because of the self-concept, right? People get it and feel unworthy of it. That's why Neville Goddard reminds us, get that self-concept intact. Then you got to worry about when it comes not feeling good enough for it. not feeling deserving of it, not feeling worthy of it. Somebody that has their self-concept intact knows that they're supposed to have it. Know that it was already theirs before they even asked for it. It is your divine right to be wealthy. That's the state you should be practicing. Your desires for wealth to come in easily, effortlessly, continuously all the days of your life, then you need to operate in the state that says, yes, that's for me. As Reverend Knight said, that's for me. Yep, that's for me. I am money. What? Yes, that is for me. That's for me. That's mine. That's for me. Me and money, we tight. We like white on rice. Inseparable. You can't even like, right? It's like you stuck to me like white on rice, right? You cannot take white out of rice, right? Once it's white, ain't no going back. Inseparable, right? That's how you got to be with money. If that's your desire to have money just flowing into your experience where it's just playing the background, where you go to a restaurant, you're not looking at the bill. It's 10 of y'all out and you like, I got it. And it's just like you talking about, I got hair on my head. Yeah, like, can't you see? I got what? It's not at the forefront of your mind. That's how you want to be about money. It's not at the forefront of your mind. It's a part of your reality. That's how it's supposed to be, right? Like that's who you are. When you go to the gas, right? When you go to the gas pump, you're not checking for how much it costs because you know you got to get it anyway. Like, start practicing that, right? Stop looking at gas prices when you know you got to fill the car up anyway. Why are you looking at gas prices? You know you got to put the gas in there anyway. Why when the utility bills come in, you analyzing it? How much did I really use? Did I really use this much water? Dang, I really used this much light? You know you hit the lights on in your house. You know you hit the heat on if you're in the Midwest. You know you hit that AC. You was wearing that AC out. And now you're like, damn, this how much the light bill is? Damn. No. You know it was hotter than heaven. Just go on and pay the bill. So you got to be like Paul said. This is what you need to say. This is an affirmation you need to have on your lips. But my God shall supply all I need according to his riches and glory in Christ Jesus. Like, that's what you need to have on your, when a bill come through, instead of you being like, oh my God, I can't believe it. No, but my God, I don't know about your God. Your God may be a little selfish. My God, he supply all my needs. All of them. Not some of them, not many of them, not more. All of them. According to his riches and glory. See, his riches and glory, all the cattle on 1,000 hills belong to him. And he give them to me because he said all that he has is thine. All of it is mine. That's how you got to talk. You got to remind yourself of who you are, because unless you forget. And be like, no. Go ahead.
When you're complaining about the high cost of this and who can afford that and I don't have money for this, you're manifesting scarcity. Manifesting Wednesdays. It's more about being aware of what you are manifesting. You're either going to manifest abundance or scarcity. I said, my niece married a wonderful, wonderful young man who is my nephew, and I just tell him, just call me uncle. All my nieces and nephews, they just call me uncle. And you know, when I'm home and I'm around in my home, I don't lock my front door. I don't have no fear. I don't expect anybody to touch me. It's just the way I am.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll have the screen door closed, but the main door is open. And I said, when you see the main door open, just walk in the house. It's like, well, I don't want to feel like. I said, well, you want to be. I said, you're my nephew. I said, what mine is yours. You can go in the kitchen and fix yourself something to eat, or you see bottles of water in the refrigerator and you're thirsty. You don't have to ask me, can you have a bottle of water? I said, drink. Right? And if you fix something to eat, just clean up on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
What mine is yours. You know, you don't need to knock to come in. Walk in the house. You know, so I think he's getting it now. You know, after years of being married to my niece.
It took him years to adapt it. Wait, this is strange. It's new to me.
But this is how manifestation is. We're not asking God ourselves permission to manifest our desires. Ask in the Bible, as you brought in one of the live. Ask means to command. The word ask means to command. Say what you want with your whole chest.
Yes.
Because it's already yours. What did the prodigal son say? When he came to himself, and he was like, this is crazy. Let me go to my father's house because all the things that I'm in need of, my father already has. You know, he's sitting there, you know, walking in lack, being in lack.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, this is crazy. So when you feel that you don't have the money for this bill or don't know how your rent going to get paid, and the how is never your business. Mm-mm. If you know how, you don't need faith.
Yeah. Yep, because the income stream can come from just one lump sum. It don't have to be multiple streams. You can get an inheritance, and you know somebody couldn't. You just don't know where this money come from. There's rich people are all around. They looking to share, and they might just want to share with you. You just don't know. You don't know where it's going to come from.
Like Toxa said, she was moved by the story of my son wanting to have $500 to pay for his Xbox.
Yeah.
And he has the money. He has credit cards. He could just put on the credit card. He has a well-paying, occupation job that he owns the company. Mm-hmm. You know, he had $500. Mm-hmm. But no, he wanted the money to come from the universe. So he believed that the universe would give it to him. Mm-hmm. And then out the blue, a week later, an envelope shows up with a company. I'm saying this for the people in the live that don't know the story. Mm-hmm. A week later, an envelope shows up from some obscure financial company who had been named in a lawsuit. And my son was in the class action lawsuit, was one of the plaintiffs. And they sent him a check for $500. Mm-hmm. So he was like, wow, look, Dad, like we talked about, here it is.
Yep. Yep.
No, was that a coincidence? No. Manifestation, there's no such thing as coincidence or luck or happenstance. That's not how manifestation works. To give it and say that it was luck or by chance or happenstance is to deny your power. And I don't know how you ever going to really walk in the power of you if you keep denying the power of you. And that's what we're here on this live doing. I'm not pointing you to Kevin. I'm not even pointing you to Toyia. It's her live. I'm pointing you back to you, to the remembrance of you and who you are.
Love it. That's it. That's it. So with that being said, sleep on that. Go to sleep on that. Go to sleep knowing your power, dreaming of your power, dreaming of the life that you want to actualize. Dream, have a sweet dream, a loving dream, an amazing dream. Think as you're going to sleep about the amazing life that you are experiencing. Whatever you say that is, go to sleep in that state. Go to sleep in that state. Whatever you say in your life is, whatever it is. And enlarge your territory. Says it was a song, and y'all ever heard the song? Enlarge my territory. I think it went like that. Enlarge my. It was like, I can't remember exactly. I gotta look it up because it's been a while since I heard that song. But it was a song that you used to sing at the church I went to called "Enlarge My Territory." Right. I think it was when Abraham and Lot had camped out together, right? And their camps had gotten so big, right, that they basically had to split up, and that's how Lot found himself in Sodom and Gomorrah. Because their territories had just increased so big, so large, that Lot but had to go down to Sodom and Gomorrah. You remember that song, Sunflower? Yes. Oh, yep. Yep. Ooh, tell yourself a new story. Yes. Expand your consciousness, right? I remember Neville said when he did the ladder technique, and he told the people, just like you manifested climbing a ladder, you could have climbed $1 million. And I remember him talking to a businessman too, who had manifested a larger yearly income, and he told them, now expand upon that. Don't be afraid to expand. We are here to experience more, more, more. That's why we're in this capitalistic society, no matter how much people try to condemn it. The universe shows you that it expands and it is wasteful. All right, and people get mad because, especially the people that look like me, they want this to be a group project. And they want us to be Captain Save a people. And they think where if you make it, you need to reach back and bring the whole community with you. But guess what? The whole community don't even want to go. They want to sit around and complain. They really don't want answers. They really don't, because the answer is in them. And I don't know how you help people by doing things for people. You help people by showing them the powers within them. That's how you help people. You don't give people fish, you teach them how to fish. Right? Teach them how to fish. Teach people how to be independent. If you're going to teach anybody anything, Don't make people dependent upon you, because then you create them, you make them your God. You make you their God, rather. You're making, because they're gonna always keep coming to you, and they're gonna always keep coming to you, and they're gonna always keep coming to you. And then you're gonna be like, why you always coming to me? I just keep giving it to you, and I can't keep giving you. I can't keep. I got my. It's all. Then it's this thing of contention. Jesus said, "I come to make you what? Fishers of men." I come for you to do it for yourself. That's what he was telling them, when they were all following him, because he did that miracle. He fed people with the 5 loaves and 2 fish. But the 5 loaves represented the 5 senses. I forget what the 2 fish represent. It would have to be, I don't think it would be duality. I forgot what the 2 fish represent, but I know the 5 represent the senses. Right, because remember, it's psychological. He ain't actually feed no 4,000, 5,000 individuals with no 5 loaves and no 2 fish. I'm gonna go to ChatGPT tonight and look up that parable. Let them break it down for me. I think I've asked them before. I just don't recall what they said. I know, because I be asking ChatGPT, give me the esoteric meaning of some of these Bible stories. Yep. And what did he tell them? They was all following him, and he said, if you had understood the miracle, you would not keep asking me. You would know to do this for yourself. Jesus was making you independent, not dependent. The 12 disciples represent the 12 disciplines of mind. Master the 12 disciplines of mind. So you never have to ask another person for anything. You'll never have to ask anyone for anything, ever. Ever. So we have over 30 senses. You had the miracles that are really magic. Yeah, he wasn't, but Jesus wasn't doing magic tricks. He was telling how to use your mind to create your reality. He was not using magic tricks. He wasn't doing no magic tricks. Because when you realize that everything happens in a natural way, right? Like Kevin talked about his son manifesting the $500. That was not $500 that appeared out of thin air. It came in a check through the mail. It actually was real. It was actually money he could, it wasn't, whether he could have been walking and saw a wallet with $500 bills in it. The $500 could have came in so many ways, right? It could have came in so many ways. People find money that they've been asking for all the time. I remember when we was in Florida, and I think we was in Walmart in a parking lot, and my husband found 520s on the bill, on blowing in the wind in the parking lot. It wasn't in a wallet. It was just 520s rolling around outside. I mean, people found money on the ground in wallets. People like talking about those Brink trucks. I think somebody said the Brink truck had broke loose here and on the E-way in Chicago, and people were out there grabbing money. I remember Reverend Ike told the story of his wife driving, and she saw a bunch of money in the grass, stopped the car, and picked up the money. And how he said that he was on a vacation, and in his pocket was cash in it, in his pockets. I mean, sometimes you're not gonna know where it came from, but that's okay. Sometimes you're not going, yes. So the body is magical, right? People the body is a self-healing organism, right? People heal themselves all the time, and you gotta get that mind right. You want healing in that body, you gotta, when you speak and tell the Lord to do it, you can't question it. You gotta say it and forget it and let it be so. The thing is that people get to talking too much, and then they talk themselves right out of their own blessing. Stop talking so much. The only time you need to talk to yourself is to remind yourself of who you are, but you don't have to. Sometimes you be talking and talking, and then you talk yourself right out of your desire. Stop doing that. Don't do that. Don't talk so much that you talk yourself out of it. You start talking against yourself. You start being double-minded. Don't do that. That's all, like when Keith was like that simplicity of just do it. You already know what need. I didn't need something to be different. I need you to do. Like sometimes it only take like 3 or 4 words. It don't take no long ass soliloquy. You don't have to give this long ass dissertation. You don't have to try to find the right words. You don't have to try to sound all intellectual, and like it ain't that deep. Just say what you want and then believe it. That's really how it is. Yeah, applied, right. You have to apply it, which means just work your faith. Just say it and then let it happen. You'll be surprised what ideas you get when you decide that you're wealthy. You'll just start to operate differently. Like you'll stop pinching yourself off. You'll stop checking for what prices, how much something costs. You say that you want it and you'll just go get it. And then the money will just be there. The money will just be there. I don't know, your tax, you got a bigger tax refund, you got a promotion, somebody bought it for you, somebody treated you, somebody, you wanted to, you just know that whatever you want, where there's a will, there's a way. You want to travel, don't worry about where the money's coming from, because somebody may allow you to be the guest on their trip and you don't have to have no money. Just decide that you want to go. Don't, if you really want to travel, don't let the money be the reason why you don't. Don't let the money be the reason why you don't travel. Travel on your mind. Say where you want to go. You can be specific or general. You could say, I just really would like to go to a really beachy place. You ain't got to say what just say, I want to be on somebody's beach. I want to be, outside of, in another state, not in your, because you can end up at a beach in your state too, But if you want to travel outside of your state, I want to be somewhere tropical, especially if your state isn't tropical, right? I want to go to a tropical place. I want to go, palm trees and all, whatever, and who knows? You may end up in Hawaii. Or, you live in Oklahoma, you might end up in Miami or Arizona, or you may end up, wherever they have palm trees at. Who knows? Or you can say specifically the place you will want to experience. You can be specific. I would really like to go to Italy. That has always been my dream. I would really like to go to Italy. And then just see say, I'm going to Italy this year. I'm going to Italy. And then let it happen. I don't know how you get into Italy. I absolutely have no idea. I don't know I don't know how you get in there. I just know that you're there. That you're going to come back and tell us about this wonderful trip that you manifested. You said you wanted to go. You didn't have the funds when you made the request, when you put in the command. You just said this is something you have to experience. This is something that you could see yourself doing. And in a way you do not know, at a time you least expect. This is how you test the law. This is what we mean by testing the law. When you don't know how it's going to happen, when you don't know where the money is coming from, when you don't know, and when you don't know the how, this is how you test it. You could say, oh, I have been really liking this scarf, but I don't really want to pay for it. But I don't want to use my own money to get it. Not that I don't want to pay for it, but I don't want to use my money. I just want this scarf, but I'm not going to use the money that's in my bank account at the moment to get it. Like Kevin said about his son.
And I did that about the flight to Chicago. I mean to Illinois.
Yep. I'm not a Christian. So as a Christian, you can't just say something and a blessing comes if it's the Lord. So that's the problem. That's why y'all don't get prayers answered, because y'all wondering if it's the Lord's will. The Lord already told you his will. All that the Father has is thine. All of the promises of God are yes and amen. And Mark 11:24 says, whatever you desire. So how is the will of God not whatever I desire if Mark 11:24 says whatever I desire? It says whatever I desire. When I pray, believe I received it and I will have it. That is the Lord's will. Whatever I desire, that's the Lord's will. I can have, do you know whatever means? Whatever means whatever. It doesn't matter. It's all inclusive. See, y'all limit yourselves because y'all think God don't want you to have something. When God said, if God owned everything and he said everything he owns belongs to you, how can you say God don't want you to have something? That makes absolutely no sense. Absolutely no sense. God owns everything and he said all that he owns belongs to you, and then you're going to try to tell somebody it may not be his will for you to have it. That's how y'all block your own blessing. That's why y'all don't get the stuff that y'all want. Because y'all want. It makes sense in religion. Because you're listening to your pastor. Oh, y'all don't understand that y'all quoting that scripture in John. We know if he hears, we know when he heals us, if it be according to his will, he would give. Y'all think that means somehow it won't be according to his will. He already told you what his will was. Whatever you desire. So if I know that he hears me and I'm asking him anything according to his will, and that will is whatever I desire, I know he hears me and he will give it to me. It's so simple. Simple. Easy peasy, first and squeezy. It ain't difficult. I mean, the Bible always answers itself. If you are ever wondering if you are in the Lord's will, I'm telling you, you are, because you can have whatever you ask for. So, but that's why y'all be so miserable. Y'all always begging and pleading and bargaining with God. Y'all beg and plead and bargain. And that's so unnecessary. You don't got to beg, plead, and bargain. Go ahead, Mia, because I'm getting ready to close it out.
I was just laughing because we're telling the story about finding a bag of money on the ground. And my parents always told me a story about when they were out driving, they saw like a bag that looked like some money on the ground. And they jumped out the car in the middle of the street and they ran, and it was full of shitty diapers. And they got shit all on their hands. And I was laughing, and my mom was like, well, that's what we get for being greedy about money and all this. And I laughed because my mom is naturally a worrier. She's naturally pessimistic. So she probably already thought they was being greedy for even going and looking. So
I mean, I might have looked. I don't know if I would have grabbed. Because, I mean, they didn't sound like they was too sure, right?
But no, they thought it looked like money was in the bag. Like they saw some money in it.
And
they really? Greedy, looking like it's a bag of money, and it's a bag of boo-boo diapers.
Ooh.
It could have been some money, but my mom's way of thinking.
Yeah.
Because she's super pessimistic. Like you, like
She been one of them
like,
people. She been like, well, she would have been like Esther Roll on Florida. But
yes,
she would have been Florida. You gotta return that money. You don't know who it belonged to. Ain't no
I started reconstructing towards the end of my mom's life, and I used to have to karate chop them negative talk. Like I would say something, she'd be like, but I'd be like, nope, don't say that. Nope. It's not like there's no wrong thing that could go wrong. Like chill.
Wow.
But yeah, I just thought of that when you shared that story. Like, look, when I go look in the bag, it's gonna be full of money. It'll be full of shit. It's gonna always be full of money if I go look in it. But yes, good night.
Good night. You talking some blessing doesn't mean money. It could be health, waking up today. They always like trying to make a blessing be a wake up today. Right. Like you woke up today and those that different somehow you're blessed and they weren't. Like what the hell are we talking about? Because what about all the people that didn't wake up today? God favored you to be here and didn't favor them too. Like
God messy. God,
you know what I'm saying? Like, God woke me up today. You know, everybody, you know, what was that song? You remember that song? Thank you, Lord, for all you've done
for me.
It could have been me. No food, no clothes.
Sorry for y'all. Thank you for what you done for me.
Oh my goodness. That song was a mess.
That was a petty song.
And we thought we was rocking, boy. Thank you, Lord.
Pastor was thanking for them rims. Thank you, Lord, for all you done for me.
But the tragedies are commonplace.
Yeah, tragedy.
Yeah, that people. What was that? I can't remember. They couldn't
think about tragedy.
Couldn't get enough. Economy's down. People can't get enough pay. But as for me, all I can say is thank you, Lord, for all you done for me. Yeah.
I can't hit that one.
I told you to hear me crazy in that soprano section. You heard. You didn't remember I told you to hear me in that soprano section.
Yeah, I'm an alto. I'm a rasp.
Oh, all right, come on, the 0120. Y'all, we trying to go longer. Look.
I'm my tambourine.
Come on, Nikki.
I want a little sand salt shake.
We never went allowed to end. It's like, okay, now I got a story. Yeah. Okay, so I have two like cute success stories. I don't want to claim anything as small, but you know, they're cute. Okay, so when it was storming out here in New York, I could not find one of my gloves, and I was like, oh my gosh, like my pockets are warm, but when I'm going to change my music, like I need my gloves because it's like negative 12 degrees out here. So one day I was watching it live and they were like, oh, something out of thin air for me. So I was like, okay, something already out of thin air for me. So I went out to the supermarket. Oh, wait, I didn't even tell you. Oh, I did say about my glove. Okay, so I'll go out to the supermarket. And when I come back, my glove is just sitting on my kitchen floor. And I'm like, bro, like, where have you been this whole time? But I was very excited about that. And then my second cute one. So I have this picture of, y'all know Sunkist sodas. They came out with these new flavors like watermelon lemonade. Then there was like a cherry limeade and a blue raspberry. And my sister, she's a mom, so she like buys like things like this. So she always had the blue raspberry, and when I had that one, I'm like, I need that. I saw on my phone that January of 2025, I took a picture of the 3 new flavors, and I'm like, what store was I in? Because everywhere I went, I could not find them except the blue one that I had. So one day the picture came up in my like memories on my phone, and I was like, oh man, I wish I could have them. And then I was like, wait a second. Thank you, God and me, that I have them. And mind you, like this was like a very like crazy week for my human. Like she was going through it. Anyways, the next day I'm with my baby sister, but she's like 22 years old. You know, I'm the oldest, so you know. And I'm just telling her, like, I'm complaining about, like, my week. And then I'm like, but you know what? Like, this has shown me this and that has shown me that. Like, just trying to, like, lift my spirits. we get to one of the delis and they have the other two flavors that I've been looking for. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is for me. And then when we get to the counter, she's like, oh, Nikki, I got it for you. And I'm like, what? So yeah, just some cute, success stories.
Yes. Love it.
And thank you, A-Town, for encouraging me to come up, because Thank you for listening.
These Christians, they just want the basic needs met. Well, you go ahead with your bad self. You just want the basic needs met. If God gonna provide the basic needs, why they got starving children? I don't understand.
Hello, questions that that they want to be answered. We know the answer.
We know the answer. This is just for those Christian-minded folks. Why folks starving if God gonna provide the basic needs? What you got to do for the basic needs to be met? What God got to do? What you as a person? What you as a baby, as a child, as a 6-year-old who may not have food? What they got to do? How do basic needs get met?
Hello.
They not praying hard enough.
They not important enough.
They don't got no faith. Because they definitely gonna blame the child. They definitely.
Oh no, they're gonna say we blaming the child because we say imagination is creation. So they're gonna be like, how can a child imagine their guys? Please.
Why y'all always thinking something negative? The only person that's gonna lose a leg is you, Ezekiel. You the only one gonna lose a leg because you the only one talking about losing a leg. Like, y'all also negative. Y'all always talking about something negative happening. The thing you don't want to happen be your example. How come you don't ever talk about, somebody actually winning $1 million or somebody actually, growing back a limb, or somebody actually, some people have talked about eyesight being restored. It's just like, but hey, you get to have your reality. If you think these things can't happen, then they won't happen for you. And what's wrong with the prosthetic leg? Thomason, you lose a leg, you won't grow a new one other than having a fake one. What different? They can walk with it. What's wrong with the prosthetic leg? Like the negativity is just unreal. I don't understand. How do y'all survive in life being so negative, so doom and gloom? Always trying to put your negativity off on somebody else because don't nobody agree with that. Don't nobody want to go through life being negative. And we live in a capitalistic society. If you don't like it, there are other societies you can go to. You don't have to be here. You're free to move about the world. You're free to move. Go to Mexico. Go to Canada. Go to Africa. I live in a reality I can't create. No, you live in a reality you can't create. Those words are for you.
Where's he at? They on YouTube?
Yeah, they're on YouTube. Okay. He didn't hear the whole time telling people that's not how you're not creating your reality. You're not creating your reality. You're not creating your reality. That's fake. That's false. You're not creating your reality. No, you're not. Tell me something. You are already within reality, and you can't change this reality. You can only make your life better or worse. That's what reality is. My life is my reality. Like, what are we talking about? Like, what you just said makes no sense. My reality is my life. My reality definitely is not your life. The only life I will be experiencing will be my own reality. Like what? No, I'm not speaking metaphorically. We do not share the same reality. We do not live in the same world. I'm speaking literally too. Literally, we do not live in the same world. Literally. Clearly you are. I'm I'm not even going to repeat what he said because it's not even necessary. But clearly you are.
I hear what he said. I just popped up.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, you over here talking crazy. You about to get on
him. Nope, not in the same world. There are as many worlds as there are people in the world because no two people think the same. What you believe is possible for life is not the same as what I believe is possible for life. So we don't live in the same world. We don't share the same reality. I have no idea what your reality looks like. I have no idea of what your home looks like, how much money is in the bank, what you spend things on, what health issues you have. I bet you got some. I have none, but I bet you have some. Bet you have some health issues. Right. Look at A-Town. Right. Sucks for him living in my world trying to tell me what my reality is. But people just like to argue, but I see. Let me just leave that. We're gonna leave on a good note. Leave on those cute manifestations. The 0120. I get it. Everybody not ready to receive this. People think they just have to accept the world as it is. We know we don't. We know we don't have to accept the world as it is. We get to imagine differently. And clearly y'all don't know what it means to create.
Tonight was real dope.
It was what's up. It was amazing. Amazing. Yeah. So go to sleep in the state of the reality in which you would like to experience. Because here's the thing. This is how you know everybody don't share the same reality. Right? This is how you know two people don't because the Christians are those who think that everybody living in the same world. Are you starving? You say it's starving children. Are your children starving? Are you starving? Or do you wonder where your next meal is coming from? Then guess what? Your reality is not like the reality of those people you complain about. Right? If you're in jail and you're not in jail, those are two different realities. Right? Someone who's in jail and someone who's not in jail, they're not living the same two realities. Because someone in jail is being told when they go to sleep, when to wake up, when they can eat, when they can use the bathroom, when they can get daylight. I don't live that life. That's not my reality. That's not my reality. My reality is I get to get up when I want to, get to go outside when I want to, get to travel when I want to, get to wash my ass when I want to, get to eat when I want to, because that's my reality. See, people don't even know what they're talking about. They just want to argue for argument's sake. That's not my world. I don't know that world of a prisoner who has to be told what they can and cannot do every single day while they're locked up. I don't know the reality of a Nigerian. Anyone that lives in Africa, that's not my reality. Anyone that lives down, the person that lives next door to me, we don't live in the same reality because I don't live in their home, right? I don't know what they do. I don't know what they ate. I don't know where they work. I don't know how much their bills are. I don't know how much money they make. I don't know how much money is in their pocket. We don't live in the same reality. Hell, me and my husband don't even live in the same reality. His thoughts is his thoughts, mine are mine. Right now, I know he's in there work. I know he's in the garage working, but he's in his own world, right? I'm in my own world here on TikTok and on YouTube, and my husband's in the garage and he's in his own world carving out wood products, right? We're not in the same reality. We're not having the same experience. We're not living in the same world. One day you'll go to sleep and you'll get it. One day you'll go to sleep and you'll get it. But maybe tonight just ain't your night to understand it. And that's okay. You don't get it. You want to argue over something that you don't have no knowledge of. But that's okay. I'm going to share some light on you. And if you don't agree, that's okay. I'm not even reading those comments no more 8 times. So I have no idea what he's saying. I'm just saying what I'm saying. I'm not here, he could believe whatever you want to believe. Maybe he's been on this live almost the whole time trying to espouse what he believed. Like, dude, you on here, you stayed all this time on this live to just to say something differently than what I'm saying. What a wasted reality. What a waste of reality. I've been on this live for like 5 hours. You probably been on here for 3 of them. Say everything against what I'm saying. Like, right. That's how you spent your time. That's the reality. You want to use your time to do that? Like, what?
Whatever pushes the algorithm.
It does.
We'll take it. Definitely.
Oh, like, let me say everything the opposite of what she's saying. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it goes. No. Thank you for class participation. Say thank you for the class participation. Thank you. Class participation.
I'm gonna tell him like this, right? Okay. Life is what you make it. Life is what you imagine it to be. You just gotta roll with it. All right. It's Christmas time, and I had an install job in a small town, but it still wasn't enough to get all the Christmas presents, all the stuff you gotta have, right? But I had applied for this job. They were starting a big apartment building job, and they were needing somebody to run the HVAC. So I applied for it, right? And so I got through the job. I'm coming back. I got like maybe 100 miles to drive back from the town to my house. And the whole time I'm talking, I'm like, look here, I need you to do something. Now you done gave me these skills. I'm through with that job back there. I need to apply these skills that you gave me somewhere. And after that, I just started just singing my own little songs, praise and, all that kind of good stuff. So by the time I got back in town, I got this call. And it was like the people that I applied for the job, right? Mm-hmm. And they called me and they said, hey, we've been trying to reach you with the town I was in. If you tried to call me back then, it didn't reach. So I got back in town just in time before 5 o'clock before they closed. They said, this was our last time trying to reach you. We was trying to, give up on you. Mm-hmm. I said, no. I said, what do I need to do? They said, just come in for an interview tomorrow. So I go in for the interview. And so Cat said, hey, he said, how long you been doing this? I told him about that. He said, well, tell me this. He said, does $1,200 a week start pretty good with a company vehicle and all that? I said, well, yeah, that's a good start. We can start from there. And we rolled on, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But just with all that being said, that was planted, okay? Mm-hmm. So I come to realize that my life, they were saying the gifts that you have. Mm-hmm. One of my gifts is just I got great faith. I got great faith. I told one of my coworkers the other day, they run this complex, and they was panicking about, oh man, we got to get our numbers up. We got to get 100%. Now this was in February, right? I said, hey, quit worrying about it. Mm-hmm. The 1st of April, you're gonna be 100%. She got one apartment left to rent.
Look at that. Yes. Look at that.
It's just, hey, I don't know how else to explain it. It just
y'all need to claim y'all great faith like Mr. Keith Jones here. Claim that great faith. You gotta start saying, I got great faith.
I do.
It
just happened. It just happened.
Hey.
Check this out. With that being said, check this out. Okay. Once again, it was a time of need. My daughter got this place she got to be in and all that stuff. Then she got to have this. My wife at the time didn't tell me about how much it cost at that time. I had other stuff going on. I was like, oh, man. I said, I don't have that money right now. So then I get a call to go to this guy's house. He said, I just want Keith to come. So, okay, I go. And so when I get there, we get to talking and everything. And he said, Keith, I really like you. He said, I tell you what, I want you to look in the refrigerator. So I looked in the refrigerator. He said, you see that can down there? I said, yeah, he's open it. Open up. It's about like maybe $5,000 in it, right? He said, okay. He said, now look at the top. So I looked at the top. About the same thing. He said, okay, that's cold cash. He said, the cold cash, that's only for immediate, or more for emergency. He said, he said, the cash in that box right there, whatever you need, you can have it. And just, put it back whenever you put it back. I'm thinking, what?
Right.
I'm like, I didn't ask this dude for nothing.
I know, right? That's what I was saying. I was just saying this earlier, like, people got money they want to give away, and they just looking for you to enter into the room.
Hey, that's it.
That's what I was out there. I'm like, there are rich, if you don't consider yourself wealthy or what have you, however you're describing yourself, but if you, like you said, you needed cash and you got great faith. That's how people need to operate in this reality. You're wanting to experience these type of things, then you got to be kind, right? You got to know how to talk to folks, right? Be yourself, because being yourself is kindness enough. Just don't try to be nobody else. Don't be coming up there trying to be fake. Like, people know genuineness, right? You are enough, so you don't got to pretend to be nobody. You are enough. Just be you and operate in that great faith of yours. Man, these conversations are, they just are meant to be had. And no one's up here by accident, right?
Oh, yeah. It's real.
It's real. It's real. It can happen. If it happens to Keith, it can happen to you.
Oh, man.
And
it talks to you. It talks to you too, you know what I'm saying? It'll tell you some things what you should and should not do. Now, if you don't do it, that's on you. But you like, when you didn't do it, you be like, what? And then it'll get a proof of what you should have did it, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, check this out. I'm driving down the road, and I'm in an area where it's pretty hot at this time. And so I had participated in the program that was going on. Mm-hmm. So I'm coming out. This police officer get behind me. So I'm thinking, okay, cool. I'm straight, y'all. I got everything good. We good. I'm 1052. All right. So all of a sudden, this voice said, turn your lights on. And I'm looking at the sun at the top of the tree. And I'm thinking, turn my lights on. And by the time I questioned it, their lights came on. Right. And so I'm like, oh man, what's going on with this? So she comes to the car. I said, hey, how you doing, officer? What seems to be the problem? She said, you didn't have your lights on. I said, okay. I said, okay. So she said, well, I got to do this, da, da, da. All right, she came back. Okay, everything good. Then she says, well, Mr. Jones, every stop that I make, we have to bring the dogs in. And I'm thinking, oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, they been the dogs in. I got stuff right here in my console. Oh, Lord. So anyway, after that, I said to myself, and I talked to the person that I always ride with. I said, well, here we go. And he like, yeah, watch the show. Okay, I sit back. I'm cool. I'm relaxed. All right. So they dog come. They put the dog in front of the car. Dog go around the car 5 times. And then she do a thumbs up deal. He said, well, Mr. Jones, she's finna go in your car now. So then in my mind, I told my friend, I said, showtime. So I sat down. So the officer said, Mr. Jones, you all right? I said, oh, yeah, man, I'm cool. I said, I was about to go watch the NBA finals, so, I'm good. So dog go in the car. She come back out, thumbs up. Well, Mr. Jones, you're good to go. I was like, what?
Yeah. So they ain't sniff a thing, huh?
Nothing. And we talk about the loud. You know what I'm saying? And during that period, you know what I'm saying? So it wasn't no way you could miss unless the dog's nose was stopped up or something. I don't know.
Right. It was stopped up that day. They hit a code that day.
Oh yeah.
Love it. Well, we're gonna definitely end on that note. That was a high. We're gonna end on that high.
Well, I don't want to gloss over the importance of what he said and what happened. I just want to bring just a little bit more light to it. What he expected to happen happened. Had he reacted in a way, panicking or, oh Lord, they're going to find this, that would have happened. Yeah. But since he kept his cool and he said in his mind, okay, everything's going to be okay, it manifested exactly the way he expected it to happen. And if we would just learn from his lesson that whenever a situation arises, pay attention to how you react to that situation. Yep. Because that's going to determine the outcome.
Yeah. That's deep. I didn't think about it like that.
Yep. The simplicity of it, right? You trust it. Showtime. All right, showtime. Hey, got nothing to worry about. Say showtime. Make it do what it do. I just love the simplicity of the communication, right? It's not these long, drawn out conversations. And, it's just like, hey, this is what I need. Make it happen, Captain.
Hey, you fine?
Right.
Just make it happen.
Right. There was no resistance. There wasn't no pushback. Unless you got a warrant, you ain't getting in my car. And who do you think you are pulling me over? You ain't got the right to do this. You ain't no argumentative.
Yeah.
We just went with the flow.
Yeah.
Right. And that's all that was required for you to understand that you are the one that have the power. You're always the one that has the power. The reason the one spoke to you to turn your lights on was because they knew the intent of what was approaching you. And even though you didn't do it in time, your reaction determined how it would play out. And no, we're living in a simulation, guys. None of this is real. The dog is not real. The police officer is not real. It's all a simulation. There's no one outside of you. And I think we wrestle with the illusion rather than see the illusion for what it is. It's an illusion. I'm sorry, that's my little part.
Thank you. No need to apologize. That's it. Love it. All right, guys. It's after 10 o'clock. So, about to head on up out of here. See you next time, whenever that next time is. I haven't decided, but I may come back Sunday. We'll see.
Well, keep manifesting.
What'd you say, Keith?
Keep manifesting. Just keep manifesting.
Keep manifesting.
Happy manifesting.
Yes.
Happy manifesting.
Yes. You wanted to say something, A-Town? I thought A-Town had muted. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying everything.
You as well.
All right. Talk to you guys later. Bye-bye.
Well, man.